Hello, and welcome to the show. Happy Friday. What is it? March 21st. Can you believe it already? It is crazy how time flies. Oh my gosh. Seriously, it's a lot. My day has been, well, my week, as always. You would think somebody staying at home all the time. Now, I don't lay around eating bonbons all that good stuff. Hey, Hunter. Hey, Rudy. How are you? Rudy, Fernando, I saw you the other night, like early in the morning over at, where were you? Axe and Nachos? I thought I saw you over there somewhere late at night. And then you disappeared. Pinzer was there. You were there. I was there. And then you disappeared, Fernando. Good to see you, Hunter. I'm glad you're back on the bus, back on the train. Ooh, ooh. Come on, run the train. Come on. Um, but yeah, today was whew. Well, yesterday, so Thursday in prep of trivia night and the weekend, because I'm doing trivia night, I do all my laundry on Thursday. I try and I'll cook dinner as always. It's also grocery pickup night for Chris. So it's cleaning out the fridge, all that stuff. So what I do yesterday, 3 loads of laundry and that and dinner. I actually did dinner for last night and dinner for the weekend, basically. Um, and then this morning I got up and I was watching Renee's Secret Garden replay, cooking breakfast. Hey, Vinny, how's it going? Guess what? No burger. The burger fell. It's gone. We're gonna have to move the couch to get it. The lettuce is hanging. I've got a like a colored light up there, and it's kind of just laying so the light shoots up. Well, the lettuce is laying on that, but the meat and what else is back there? I know something else is back there. Maybe the onion is back there. So we got to pull the sofa out anyway. Mm. But yeah, so I was watching Renee's Secret Garden this morning. She was cooking breakfast as she does every morning. Amazing for a leukemia survivor. And she's getting her groove back. And so I was doing that. So I made a black eyed pea salad. I made a Vietnamese cucumber salad. What else did I do? Showered. I shot garden tour video for Saturday's garden tour tomorrow. I got to upload that after the live, so it'll be ready. I'll schedule that. And then I cooked dinner. We just had pizza and Vietnamese cucumber salad. Is that wrong? Vietnamese, Chinese, Asian kind of fusion. Tasted good. Whatever. It's frozen pizza. Yeah, and I get those crispy little Persian type almost cucumbers. The ones that they don't make you burp. They don't have all that bitterness to them. They're nice and crisp. I love those. Oh yeah. And my mom used to do vinegar and sour cream and onion. That's a good combo. But the Vietnamese cucumbers, I don't know if you've seen that recipe, Hunter. It's cucumbers, fish sauce, cilantro, mint. I put some green onions in tonight and crushed peanuts, uh, lime. It's outrageously good, especially with those crushed peanuts in there. Gives a little extra texture. I love. But black eyed peas, I'm not a fan of black eyed peas, but I do love black eyed pea salad. Now, on that, I put tomatoes, peppers, onion, cilantro. That's why I did both salads. Did I mention there was mint also in the cucumber salad, in the Vietnamese cucumber salad? Yeah, so it has mint and cilantro in it. Mm. I like putting a little hot pepper in there too. You can put the red chili flakes, or you can do, I'm addicted to that crispy chili and oil chili crisps, they call them. Oh my gosh, so good. You can get them at Walmart. Vinny, you're retracting messages. No, we're just waiting for people to come in. There are only two people right now. Some people don't get the notification until late or whatever. So I just yak until we get people to come in. I know Traveling Eddie said, or Eddie Toro, he's coming in. He had to do something for his father, and then he's going to jump on. We've been chatting all day. What do we chat on? We chat on WhatsApp. So, yeah, we chat. I don't know. I went too long. We went had a break without chatting. We went like 3 weeks, because I was traveling a lot and everything. And then I just felt so bad I hadn't touched base with him. So. uh, yeah, Vinny. So, Vinny, how's your week been? I know how Hunter's week has been because we talked on the backside earlier. He said he's doing fabulous. And I hope that continues. Keep Dan in your thoughts, man. He's tired. He is tired. He's got to get he put out a video today that he's got to get his strength back. So yeah. There ain't much weight on Spartan Dan. He's active. So he's got to get some weight on him. We have septic too, Vinny. So when they built this house, we bought it from the original owners whose brother built this house. So there are some quirky things about this house I really like. Like the studs are on 16s. We have a walk-up attic, and the only thing up there is the air conditioning to change a filter. But it's nice not to do the pull down to get up to the attic to change a filter. I love Dan's jokes too. Oh my gosh, those doctor jokes this week, they were groaners, but they were funny. But they said, so we asked them, there were 5 living here. They had twins and another child and the 2 adults. This house was built in 85, I think. I asked them if they had ever pumped the septic. They said no. So I'm like, okay, part of the deal of the house is you got to pump the septic. And I want you to put in one of those little septic lids, right? So you have easy access. They don't have to tear up your entire yard to get to the septic. That's what they said, Vinny. That's what they said. So they said, okay. And we got, they came to closing with a bill of receipt. So I think we still have that in our paperwork, because I hired an attorney to take care of our sale. And as we didn't have realtors, it was just my attorney, and they agreed to go with my attorney only. So, yeah, but they said they put a huge septic tank in. So, but the only thing is, we get a smell off the bathroom closest to the septic. We'll get a smell sometimes there. And I've already had the toilet sealed replaced because sometimes that wax breaks down and you get some seepage there. I've had that replaced within the last 2 years, unless they were really bad seals, which depending on where they're coming from could, if they're a Temu seal, they're probably bad. Oh wow. But yeah, but you knew where to dig to get the lid. right? And we did have ours back up once into the thing, but what happened is, and I don't know why they did this, but when you pull, and I think what we need to do something. So I think, and I don't know how we're going to do it, but when they put that lid on, there's no insulation. So when we get to freezing temperatures for multiple days, I think what's happening is, the toilet paper kind of comes to that edge and then it kind of sits there and then overflows into the thing. Well, I think what happened was it got a little backup and the toilet paper sat there and froze. So luckily we had a really long pole, and I had like one of those spaghetti things you pull the spaghetti out with. So I duct taped that onto the end of this really long pole, and we scraped the toilet paper out. But man, and I thought we had that problem again this year, and we took the top off and everything, but everything was clear. But sometimes that smell gets really rough. So what do you think of that, Vinny? Like, did you smell it? Like, I don't know. It shouldn't be backed up. If they lived here since the 80s without ever, I don't know, pumping it, it's just weird. Very weird to me. But the clean out, or the where the pump is, where that lid is that I had them put on, um, that's about 4 feet, 5 feet from the house. Yeah, but like I said, before we bought, that was a condition, was that they had to have it pumped. And they did present a receipt that it was pumped at closing. So I don't know. I don't know. But you can see where the drain field is. It goes down quite a ways. Because grass is greener. So I don't think it's anything with the drain field or anything. Let me shut this door. Chris is doing he's doing dishes. Dun, dun, dun. So I don't know. Like I said, I think it could be a bad seal. Like when we go away and go on vacation, then it kind of goes away. So it kind of leads me to think it could be a bad seal. That's my thought. I don't know. How many? We have 3 people. Now, who else said they were coming? Hey, Spartan, I was just talking about you. Yeah, I know why. I know why. But I just told everyone to keep you in their thoughts. We need to have you get your strength back. Connor said he loves your jokes. Jokes, jokes, jokes. Yeah, I haven't seen, all I saw was a video where Dan said he had to get his strength back. And so that's why I said, Dan, you got to get your strength back. And we need you to get your strength back because we miss you a lot. A lot. Yeah, I think Renee said she was going to try and listen in because this is her bedtime. We were chatting at 3:30 this morning. So she may come in. Q said she was going to make it because I think she usually plays and listens while she crochets. So, and y'all will be excited. I did not let ChatGPT. That was the other thing. Last night, today, working on trivia tonight. So, no ChatGPT trivia tonight. So, thank goodness. Oh my gosh, that was terrible. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize for that. And we need to start thinking about, like, before we end, we need to talk about if we want to change the date, because I know, like, for us, the days are getting longer. It's gardening season. I normally don't do trivia at all during the spring, summer, fall, because it is, heavy gardening, heavy processing, harvest, all that stuff. So my question, and think about this before we get started here, do we want to change the day? Maybe to hump day, do hump day music trivia, or or something like that. So, because I know some people would rather be doing stuff Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or do long weekends or whatever. Hey, Benny. Good to see you, darling. How's your migraine? Like, all these people can't be getting sick. We can't have that. We got Dan. We got, we got Renee that we love. Got Benny Loco with her migraines. We've got, who else wasn't feeling well? Alethea hadn't been back. She said she was feeling better, and then she's MIA again. Leah's MIA. I want to know what's going on with Leah. Hunter, I may check Sweet Jesse Scott, see if he's heard from Leah. Because I think they have each other's phone number. So I think he can maybe call her and check on her. But I know it's, he does market gardens, so I know he's busy this time of year. Oh, thank goodness, Benny. I know you've gone on days with those things before. I can't imagine. I have friends that have them. Can't imagine. Bless your soul. Bless your soul. So, looks like it says we have 6 in here right now. 8. All right. People are coming. There's Q. I said you were coming, Q. Hey there. How you doing? Q, you're so funny. I just love you. There's Eddie. Good. You got things done with your dad, Eddie? Here and in the bushes. Oh, you're going to shout out. We're not doing Chat GPT tonight, Eddie. So the answers are going to be correct. Number 1. Number 2. I did them, so they're much better. Oh my gosh. Benny, you missed it. Chat GPT trivia 2 weeks in a row. It was dreadful. It was dreadful. I was just so busy. I don't like Chat GPT, but I resorted to it because of my schedule. So, and it was a disaster. I have since learned. So, good. I know you appreciated it, Eddie. Oh, okay, Penny. You were in the. Well, you can be the end of some of it. I don't know if you were lurking or not. I lurk in your stuff a lot too, on your cigarette runs. Because I'll put you on, do other things while you're talking and singing and playing all that great oldies music. So I love your rides to the casino. All right. Are we ready to get started here? Let's get this party started. Mike, we're missing Mike this week. Maybe the weather is great. He may have gone on one of his hikes. Me too, Benny. Me too. I put videos on and I do stuff around the house all day long. But I follow you. I'm like you. I follow a ton of people. So a lot of times I'm putting it on double speed when I'm watching replays. Q especially, because Q is a great storyteller and she'll have these hour-long videos or 45-minute long videos. Q, I'm going to be honest here. I put you on double speed, girl. So it's always funny when I listen to your videos at regular speed that you talk so slowly. But yeah, I mean, I watch so many people. That's the only way I can get through. My phone is going all day long until I go to sleep. You're absolutely right, Benny. No, but Q, and I watch Q. She has 2 channels. She has My Fiber Fun and she does the gardening stuff. So, those are 2 like sometimes 40-minute videos a day out of Q. So yeah. But I get them in Q. And I meant to comment on the one on your mother, the 3rd one about your mother. I think I missed it and I feel bad about that. but I don't like to go back and comment and then leave because it messes with the algorithm. So you'll get dinged for not holding viewers' attention. And I don't want to do that to you. All right, Spartan Dan, stay in touch with me. And, well, we'll be in touch. You got my number. So, all right. Love you, Dan. Go eat something really hearty and healthy. Oh, okay. Did you get Adobe Express Queue? That's what I did. I down well, I didn't upload it. I just used it online for free for I don't even think I did the 30 days because I thought it was so intuitive that I just it was a half price sale at the holiday. And so I just bought it at half price during the holiday. So, all right. Let's get started. Oh, okay, Q. I just get wary of those free apps. A lot of them are Chinese. So you expose yourself to everything. They get all your info. I get that dude from the 90s TV commercials on 2x speed. Oh, yeah. I remember that guy. Was it? Oh, gosh. It was about his name, right? My name. He was doing the beer commercials or something, wasn't he? All right. Love you, Dan. Benny. Oh my gosh. Benny, you kill me. All right, let's get going. This is tonight's. We didn't even decide on what we were going to do this week. So there's so much in this genre that I decided to go with 70s music trivia again. So this is going to be a mix of a little bit of everything, a little rock and roll, a little hoochie coo. So, yeah. So let's do this. All right, number one. Jimi Hendrix said that this guitarist from the band Chicago is the best guitarist in the universe. Jimi Hendrix said this guitarist from the band Chicago is the best guitarist in the Yes, Vinny. Vinny's on the board. See, how many people saw my video where I asked people to come and beat Vinny? I tried, Vinny. I tried. This band's Everyday People was a protest against prejudice of all kinds and popularized the catchphrase, different strokes for different folks. Oh, Q's on the board. There you go. That is such a great band. That's right, Eddie. Can't forget the Family Stone. So I know a few of you have probably seen this YouTube channel around, but when I was doing my digging, this is what I found. This band's original name was Soft White Underbelly. This band's original name was Soft White Underbelly. Q's going to be Doc Holliday. I don't want to be Belle Starr. Belle Starr got shot by Watson, that crazy guy that ended up moving to Florida after he shot Belle Starr and killed all the migrant workers that worked for him. He'd have all these migrant workers come and do work. This is back in the 1800s, right? Because he killed Belle Starr. He went down the Everglades, had these plantations. He'd have all these migrant workers come and do all his work, do planting, harvesting, all that. And at the end of the season, they'd go to get their paycheck, and he would just kill them. He would just kill them, throw them in the ocean. And he also had his like henchmen. So they would strong the way he got his land to be able to plant on was he got his henchmen to pressure people in the community, and he was such a terrible neighbor that they would just sell cheap to him just to move on, get away from him. The guy was terrible. But yeah, I've been down to where all of his neighbors gathered, waited for him to come ashore one time. He was out on the boat and he came ashore. They all killed him. They were tired of his stuff. Oh, sorry to laugh about that. It's tragic. Tragic. But I actually went to his gravesite up in Fort Myers, and his daughter married the first banker in Fort Myers, Florida. So she became very wealthy. So the answer, nobody knows. It was number 3. This band's original name was Soft White Underbelly. That'd be Blue Oyster Cult. Blue Oyster Cult. I like them, and they hardly ever get airplay. Question number 4. The Grateful Dead had their first gig under the new name where? The Grateful Dead had their first gig under their new name where? What city? I'd be happy with the city. Nope. No, Vinny. Close. Close. And not Viejo. No, y'all are hot though. It's in California. The place you ought to be. And not Beverly Hillbillies either. And not the Hollywood Bowl. I don't even know the Hollywood Bowl existed back then. No, it was San Jose Civic Auditorium. Bonus, who else played that night? Do you know who else they played with under the name Grateful Dead for the first time? This would have been an awesome concert too. Would have been a really awesome concert. It was the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones. December 4th, 1965, at a house. Honor, step away from the beer. You may want to click the live button so you can make sure you're in sync with the live here, Honor. Y'all remind me to let Honor know to do that every now and then. Oh, gosh. And where's the Simple Life tonight? Oh, man. I've missed her. She's probably busy gardening, too. She's further south than me, so she gets to go at it earlier. Journey formed in San Francisco in 1973 by former members of Santana, the Steve Miller Band, and which other band? Journey formed in San Francisco in 1973 by former members of Santana, the Steve Miller Band, and which other band? And I had to add this question, because like Bimbo, I like a good name. And speaking of Bimbo and great names, Gonzaga beat Georgia. So they're moving on up in the brackets. Yeah, thanks, Hunter. No chat GPT. I'll tell you my methodology of picking these. A lot of times I'll just go to a list like 70s bands, but I'll go by genre, right? And then I like to get a good mix. And then I just write down like band names and then I'll go do research and trying to find little tidbits about them. And I thought about doing like a spin on what we did on, the College of Rock Knowledge show, where we just pick a band for trivia. And then I come up with so many questions on a specific band. We might go there at some point. So the name of the other band that formed Journey was, no, it was the members of Santana, the Steve Miller Band, and there was another band that member that came from another band that formed Journey. And that was Frumious Bandersnatch. Frumious Bandersnatch. I love that name. It goes well with Gonzaga. Sure you were, Vinny. Fruit. And I want to say fur, but it's Frumious. Frumious Bandersnatch. Gonzaga. Fruit Loops. Oh, and this. See, Eddie, this is funny. So y'all know I watched Danny the Medic. He saw Fruit Loops in some buffet he was reviewing, and he was like, "Oh, that's misspelled." And I was like, "It is not. It's spelled correctly, Fruit." He's like, "No, it's supposed to be." But he said in the video, Froot. And I was like, "No way." Yeah, Vinny got it. Yeah, it is fruit, Froot loops. Where have I been all these years? Well, we never got to eat Fruit Loops. I guess that's first of all. I had to eat stuff like puffed millet and puffed wheat. No sugar smacks. Couldn't be sugar smack. Puffed wheat. Plain. Yes, indeedy. And now think about I make cereal for Chris out of oats. It's so much cheaper. I save a ton of money. Yep, Mueslix for us. I don't eat it, but Chris likes it. I don't eat breakfast. A lot of times I eat once a day. Yeah, maybe twice. Maybe a little late night snack. Right? But it's those little things, right? Where you think or you have an impression. You've seen them on YouTube where they'll be like, you think something so strongly and have strong convictions about advertisement or something. And then it's like, no, it's not what it was at all. I know. I do too, Hunter. I try and get him in. He's doing dishes right now. It's Friday, the end of the week for him. Oh, yeah, the Mandela Effect. I'll say I watch Shane Dawson. I like him. I'm not into conspiracy theories or anything, but I just find Shane Dawson super entertaining. He makes me laugh. I can't say that about too many YouTubers. So, and I know my niece got on to me about that, but whatever. Whatever. Different strokes for different folks, right? All right. So, Frumious Bandersnatch. Next question. The band released Under the Blade and You Can't Stop Rock and Roll, but didn't make noise until the release of Stay Hungry. Who was that band? Oh, good guess, Q. Good guess. I would say so. Bimbo didn't like Whitesnake because she didn't like David. What's his name? David S. C. Whatever his name is. Isn't that his name? David. Who was the lead singer? She didn't like him, but she did like this band very much. Nope, not the Scorpions. No, see, no, I thought I would throw you off by saying noise, but it isn't that band either. It's not quite right. It's in that genre, though, I would say. One, two, three. Going once, going twice. Twas, I'll give you a hint. Bimbo had a tattoo of this band on her arm. Nope. Good answers from our resident hippie. Love that about you, Q. It was Twisted Sister. Blood Rock. I don't even know who that is. Are you making things up, Vinny? Right, Hunter? Remember the tattoos that Bimbo had was Twisted Sister. I think that was her first tattoo. Where are they out of and what genre? Were they like metal? She had Deep Purple, Twisted Sister, Rolling Stones, and Def Leppard tattoos. I still have 0 tattoos. Anyone else have tattoos? I don't think Eddie does. Hunter, I don't think you do either, do you? I have 0. I had people say they were going to get me drunk and get me a tattoo. I said, first of all, you'd have to get me drunk. Yeah, I didn't think so, Hunter. I mean, I don't judge people that do. I know they're pretty popular and people do have them. I have a friend that once she got her citizenship, she had a big Statue of Liberty, American flag, and We the People tattooed on her the back of her calf. Really, Eddie? You gotta make a video about that. Dead or alive? All right, I'm gonna have to look them up. What was it? Blood Rock. All right, I have one for you, Vinny, and I think you'll really like this band if you've not seen them before. Vulcan Death Grip. The song "Wasted," and it's from a pretty short movie, 30 minutes. Ann Magnuson was in it, and Meatloaf was in it. Ann Magnuson did a amazing performance, and the name of it is Vandemonium. And yeah, just watch Vandemonium. Let me see if I can find it. It'll be the best. It came out in the 1980s. I think it was on HBO. Vandemonium Plus. And the full movie is 27 minutes and 11 seconds. Great performance from Meatloaf in here. But Ann Magnuson, astounding. She's such a great performer. All right, here we go. Next question. This Atlanta rock band features members Baby Jean, Doc, Moses Mo, and Wizard. Wizard is spelt with a Y. Name the band. This Atlanta rock band features members Baby Jean, Doc, Moses Mo, and Wizard. Eddie. I don't know about Fraggle Rock. Oh, and if you didn't see my post, our friend Annabelle, she just starred in a Amazon series called, what was the name? Something about Mob Mentality, I think. And they filmed some of it at her house. She had many days of filming. Molly Hatchet's from Florida. Black Crowes are Atlanta band. That was a good guess. Bad Street, nope. This is 70s. I think Black Crowes were born in the 70s, maybe even the 80s. But they are an Atlanta band. I should do I thought about doing an Atlanta band trivia sometime. I want to go down the Music Hall of Fame. I want to go to the Big House for the Allman Brothers. That's not far from my house. But I was hoping Mark Kropka could come down for that. One of y'all come down. Hunter, come down. Let's go. Let's go to the Georgia Music Hall of Fame and the Big House. 1 to 100. Where is Fern? Is Rudy Fern in here? 10 to 100? No. The Atlanta rock band that features members Baby Jean, Doc, Moses Mo, and Wizard. Oh, baby love, early in the morning, come creeping in my mind. Oh, baby love, oh, baby love. Anyone know? Joyce, Baby Jean Kennedy, Glenn, Doc Murdoch. Gary Moses Mo Moore, bassist Jerry Wizard say. That would be Mother's Finest, y'all. Mother's Finest. And let me tell you, I saw them a few years ago. Oh, you know it, Vinny. They play it on classic rock all the time. You know it. Dun, dun, dun. They had that heavy bass line. Oh, yeah. Look that one up, Vinny. Baby Love by Mother's Finest. Yeah, they were awesome. But they still jam. They're unbelievable. Oh, they'll make you happy. That is an outstanding band. I would put that in probably my top 10 bands I've ever seen. The answer is Mother's Finest, Hunter. Mother's Finest. Go get a bathroom break. Go get number 5. Hurry it up. No, Arthur Lee from Love. No, I don't know who's Arthur Lee. Y'all are working me. Go get your pee on, Hunter. Hurry up. Let me know when you're back. What did you say, Vinny? Arthur Lee. Now I'm going to have to look them up. Vinny's hit me with all these music people. And all I'm giving him is Vandemonium Plus. Oh, yeah. What's your 10100? No. Oh, yeah, that's right. Chris uses that crap because he works with security a lot. And they used to have radios on some of the campuses. So, yeah, it's a lot of people. That's like, who did I read about? Oh, I just heard a new song, Tom Brown. He was famous for a song called Jamaican. Was it Jamaican Nights? Jamaica Funk. Excellent song. Excellent song. And a lot of people thought that Shaka Khan sang on that song. And Shaka Khan even said she thought she sang on that song. That's right, Q. Funkin' for Jamaica. That's it. Great song. Awesome song. But who was it? I ran across this trumpeter, Tom Brown. He was a mentor for Miles Davis. He was a mentor for, uh, oh gosh, Quincy Jones. I mean, he was a mentor for so many. I'd never heard of the guy. Tom Brown did Jamaican Nights. I forget who this other guy was now. Which is insane. I told Chris, I'm like, why have we never, like, why is this guy not celebrated? Yeah, Hunter's usually pretty quick on the bathroom breaks and the beer. He's pretty speedy. Pretty speedy. Iowa. Woohoo! I did the CB when I was like 13. My handle was Foxy Lady. Right. 13. Talked to truckers in Orlando. Nothing foxy about a 13-year-old. God. All right. Continuing on. Name the best band of the 70s. Name the best band of the 70s. What's our 20 Sweet Cheeks? That's exactly what I took it from, Eddie. And that was during Jimmy Carter's campaign, too. I remember that clear as day. And I think it was the first time I attempted to watch Gone with the Wind. Oh, I do not like that movie. King Crimson. Vinny comes in with cream. Oh, Vinny with yes. Q with Kiss. Q's a big Kiss fan because she's from Michigan. Vinny's from Michigan, Q. Genesis, Hunter, Two Main Dimension, Chicago, another great band. Uh-huh. All right, so y'all get a point. Hunter's on the board. Hunter, Q, and Vinny. So Vinny 2, Q 2, Hunter 1. Really? Did I miss somebody with points? I guess not. All right. Tonight's are hard, but we're having fun. Flint and Saginaw. Running Free, Transylvania, Phantom of the Opera, and Sanctuary are just a few of the hits on this self-titled debut album by this band. Running Free, Transylvania, Phantom of the Opera, and Sanctuary are just a few of the hits on this self-titled debut album. The room goes quiet. Man, I did some hard ones tonight, huh? Wow. I'm stumping Vinny. Maybe that's what we should name this, Stump Vinny. Block that point. Yeah, so the crickets say it's Iron Maiden. It's Iron Maiden. Oh, but Eddie, you know a lot of those old classics because you grew up on classic rock and roll. I know you. I know you. Yeah, see, I tried to because I know Mike likes a lot of these early metal bands. I was hoping Mike would be here. Now, I went and watched some of his videos and commented on them, and he didn't say, hey, I'm not going to be there or anything. So I wanted to test Mike's knowledge. Yep. Dang. So, yeah, you have to get on to Mike for not being here next week or whenever he shows up. All right. I've Got Fired was covered by Iron Maiden on their first album, who performed the original. I've Got Fire was covered by Iron Maiden on their first album, who performed the original. Yeah, I don't think I did either. Because I even went to listen to I've Got Fire, and I don't think I ever heard that from either band. All right, everybody's quiet again. So it's going to be Montrose did the original. It was written by Ronnie Montrose. Jungle Boogie, Too Hot, and Ladies Night and Celebration were all hits of this band. Jungle Boogie, Too Hot, Ladies Night, and Celebration. There you go, Q. You know, yeah, they're a great band. They are a group band. And speaking of Michigan, what was the name of Motown's alternate label for white rock bands? What was the name of Motown's alternate label for white rock bands? Nope. Cool as a cigarette. Cool as an aid. Nope. Nope. Actually, I think this was the first rock band that they signed. Who was white? And they created this label. Then they got the band, and then they didn't know what to name the label. And somebody said, well, why not? They were like, okay. No. Q pulled it out. See, because I know Q likes rock and roll and being from Michigan and being a hippie chick. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Here I come. They had a lot of great hits. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Hunter. I probably ruined it with my singing, but yeah, I do too. I don't think I've ever seen them in concert, but I want to say I did. I wonder, maybe at an oldies concert? I don't know, because they'd have so many acts at the oldies concerts. We had an oldies station here, and it was awesome. They have all the concerts at the Brave Stadium. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. I saw Paul Revere and the Raiders, Leslie Gore. Trying to think who else. And then Stone Mountain here used to have great concerts. And there I saw uh, who did I see at Stone Mountain? I saw Ray Charles, Jerry Lee Lewis, uh, Jefferson Starship. Can't think of them. Saw a lot of good bands. You like your label idea better. Where was it? Honky Town. I did too. I about killed Renee. Renee. I guess I sent her a video that I saw on Instagram. Renee's Secret Garden Queue, right? It was the funniest video I've seen all week. But it was this. It was this white girl, and she's going. I don't know if she asked Alexis or what it was, and it was a panel of black women, right? But the white girl, she asked Alexis or something. She goes, "Name one thing that's not in the Bible," and the answer was white people, and I lost it. And that freaking joke put a smile on my face all day long. I was dying. It had me rolling. I don't know why. That's on Instagram. I don't know. Did you see it, Hunter? Oh my God, I died. Because I was not expecting that. That was Renee's reaction too. I wasn't expecting that. Oh my gosh. So darn funny. No. I think of that old it was so controversial. It was Quincy Jones's son did a song. He did a little skit with SNL, and he did a song called "The Italians Killed Christ." It did not go over very well. I don't even know. I bet they don't even play that one in the current lineup. But yeah, that was Quincy Jones's son that did that. I forget his name. Oh my gosh. All right. All right. Many say this band had the greatest rock drummer of all times. Many say this band had the greatest rock drummer of all time. No, not at all. Not even close. Although no, no, not even. And I've heard this from several musicians. No way. No way. They're from north of you, Vinny. No, but I know what song you're thinking about, Q. Yeah, go El Norte, El Norte. Oh, there you go, Vinny. I mean, he's phenomenal. I've seen Rush in concert more than any other band. That's because Chris is a fan. I like going to Rush concerts. You know why? Because it's all dudes. And you know what that means? I get to walk into the ladies' bathroom and walk out and never have to stand in a line. Absolutely. Because I've been to some concerts where I've asked the guys, hey, can I use your bathroom? And they'll be like, sure. I have no problem doing that. I have no problem doing that. Especially at my age now, I definitely have no problem asking the guys to use their bathroom. Yeah, it was Neil Peart. Neil Peart. And my favorite song of theirs is YYZ. And if you go see their live concert, oh my gosh, it was in Brazil. And I think it was the first time they'd ever been to Brazil. Yep, YYZ. Incredible. And a great audience. Oh my gosh. They were so enthusiastic. But the solo that he did in that concert, unbelievable. Because he had two drum sets, you know, and then the drums would spin and he'd have a whole new set. That was crazy. That was crazy. My dad was a drummer who had never seen Rush, I guess. And when he saw him, he about had a fit. I've been out in the pollen. So I think our pollen is about the size of dodgeballs. They hurt when they go in your eye and your throat. So I've been coughing since I went out there. I'm fine if I stay in, but my gosh. Yeah, it is subjective. But I've heard more than one music expert say that he was the best. So most of Motorhead's best-selling albums and singles feature this drummer. Because I got on a drum kick. Most of Motorhead's best-selling albums and singles featured this drummer. And again, I picked this because I like the name. And you know, Lenny gets all the credit for Motorhead. So I want to put a little spotlight on somebody else for a change. Hike with Mike. Oh my gosh. You missed all the good questions. You might know this one. Did you miss a question? We're on 15. So you might pull it off. Most of Motorhead's best-selling albums and singles featured this drummer. Excuse me. Sorry, y'all. Most of Motorhead's best-selling album. Yeah, Neil Peart. Yeah, on the that question was that's Rush. Rush. R.I.P. Neil. R.I.P. Chris is my husband. He's seen every Rush concert that came through Atlanta ever since he was a teenager. Yeah. One year I got him well, I ended up going because I did a lot of work to make this happen. We got a suite at the auditorium. And it wasn't bad because it was just like if you get and look into it. If you have a big group and you want to go to a concert and you want to be in a suite, with decent seats, and you get so we had a bathroom, private bathroom, and we had bar service. Like we had a waitress that would come and she served us the whole time. Uh, and the tickets, like once we divided up on how many people we could fit in the seat and how many people bought tickets, it was the same as regular ticket price. That's hilarious, Hike with Mike. And he'd probably laugh at me because I fell asleep at Altamont Springs Theater at the debut of Star Wars. I kept waiting for the great special effects. I was so disappointed. And I was high, so that probably had something to do with it too. I don't know. Probably not, but no, I was just totally bored. Yeah. I don't know. I got so sick of the Eagles. Eagles. I felt Bimbo slap me. I said that. I got your lightsaber, Vinny. Oh gosh. I swear this light makes me look like I have end stage liver disease. Did you like that effect? Oh gosh. If I did. I'm all Barbara Walters again. Oh gosh. What did I do? Mike, I wrote a lot of these for you in mind. Oh gosh. Let's see. All right, moving on. Now that Mike's here, we can all rest easy. Most of Motorhead's best-selling albums and singles featured who? Phil, aka Filthy Animal Taylor, and it is spelled Philthy. Filthy Animal. Oh gosh. Let's try this again. It's gonna be a pain. All right. Moving on. But see, that's what everybody gets. Lemmy gets all the credit. Oh, he also died of liver disease, didn't he? I believe. All right, moving on. The Steve Miller Band had hits such as Jungle Love, Jet Airliner, and Swing Town on which album? That's a great movie. I'm not into Christmas, but I love that movie. I think everybody has a part in a Christmas story they can relate to. Hike with Mike, greatest hits. Cheater, pumpkin eater. I had a friend that went one year as a pumpkin, and her spouse went as Peter. That was a cute costume. Not Blondie. Steve Miller Band had hits such as Jungle Love, Jet Airliner, and Swing Town on which album? Nope. No. I can't send out notifications. The best I can do, Hike with Mike, is do a community post, which I did at the end of my Annabelle chat post. Because we're celebrating Annabelle Chat just was in her first feature series with Amazon that she filmed. What'd she say it was? 10 days, 20-hour days, some at her house, some at locations. And So yeah, we're celebrating Annabelle Chat. She's an interesting person. She's amazing. She has mast cell disease. So she gets into chronic pain, and she's living her best life. She became a model at 50. She's doing commercials, she's doing photo shoots. She lives in Florida. And so, yeah, we're friends. So I celebrate her stuff. She's very positive, she's very funny. I love her attitude. She's a go getter, you know, right up my alley type personality. And the other thing I did hike with Mike was I scheduled it. So it shows that I had a scheduled show. So I don't know. Oh, I know the one with the horse on it. I know. I'm back. I'm back. I'm nationwide. Uh, Huey Lewis and the news. I can see that. I like Huey Lewis. I like stuff with horns and big bands. Hall and Oates was awesome. Biorhythmo, freaking amazing. Retirement. I'll never retire, Hunter. I'm a busy, busy girl. I tell you, my phone is going on videos. When I'm not on YouTube or recording or uploading, I have my phone going all the time, unless I'm on vacation, stuff like that. Special time with Chris, whatever. But yeah, basically, my phone is going all the time. I wish I could see. Where do they tell you the hours you get? I get these reports. I don't even look at them anymore. It's like, oh, you took 6 hours a day off from watching YouTube. And the other night it was weird because I had watched so many videos in that day. What was it, Wednesday? I think it was. A lot of people released videos, and it got to the point. I think on some of them, yeah, Q, and then I couldn't thumbs up anybody. I think it figured like I must be a bot or something because I watched so many videos in one day. It was bad. It was bad. But I do. I mean, I like so many people and I have so many connections here, you know. My friend CB in Pakistan, love her. She's great. Um, and she speaks a little English. Annabelle just shouted me out. She just sent me a thank you. I don't know if she's watching or what she's doing, but I hope she's doing well. She's recovering because all that filming was a lot on her. Anyway, should we get? Hey, Mike, who was your favorite band of the 70s? Or your favorite rock band ever? You gonna say Huey Lewis? Oh, there's Angela. Hey, Angela. Yeah, right. Because you're like me. You watch a lot of videos, right? Because you're up in the middle of the night. I know you're watching videos. Yeah. That's only happened to me recently, though, Angela. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, so I had a hardcore troll today. We'll talk about that after the show, though. Remind me. Remind me. All right. So, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? It was, should we give, who had the asked, good to see you, though, Angela. I hope your week's going great. Everything you made for St. Patty's Day looked fabulous. Eagles and Def Leppard and Zeppelin. All right, so Mike gets a point. Mike's on the board. Mike is on the board with one because everybody got a point for naming their favorite band. All right, so Book of Dreams was the answer to the last one. The Steve Miller Band had such hits as Jungle Love, Airliner, and Swingtown were all on Book of Dreams. But that was the one with the horse on it. You are correct, Benny, on that one. YouTube is my social outlet now. I mean, I had a women's group pre-COVID that work from home kind of women. I was going to do a different type of YouTube. So I wanted to connect with people in my community and talk with experts in their field and interview them, and especially women, see what motivated me. I met some fabulous people. I met a woman who was doing paper flowers. She ended up doing like runway shows in New York City and stuff. Crazy. But yeah, YouTube's my social outlet now. I met a lot of great people on here. Angela, Hunter. And there are people I want to meet, and I will travel to meet. Hunter, we're talking about going up there for vacation. Vinny, we're going to go probably Vinny. We're talking about going to Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota on vacation this year. So we'll see what happens. We got a weird schedule this year. Next question. Sagittarius has a primary elemental quality of fire and seasonal qualities of earth and air, according to classical triplicities. Sagittarius in the northern hemisphere occurs in the autumn, whose element is earth, and in the southern hemisphere it is spring, whose element is air. Hence the omission of water, the fourth classical element. Which band got its name from this astrological sign? Oh, hike with Mike, pulling it out. Look, I told you. So it's Vinny 2, Q 5, Hunter 1, Mike 2. Q is in the lead. Unicorn. You know too, Hunter. That was the unicorn out of my butt. Oh, you're Sagittarius. Oh, gosh. Oh, I'm sorry, Angela. I'll try and be quiet. Should I ASMR? Hey, Angela, we love you. Give all your babies big kisses for us. I'll try and keep it down, Angela. I trust you're keeping the volume down, I hope, Angela. I'm getting a little carried away. All right. Just want to make sure. I want to make sure everybody's comfortable here. You know me. I try to be the hostess with the mostest. And the pollen's driving me nuts already, Angela. Just wait. It's coming your way. Oh, my gosh. All right. What is the name of the drummer for Velvet Underground? What is the name of the drummer for Velvet Underground? Me too, Angela. Oh my gosh. I'll start editing with my earplugs in one ear, and then I remember, oh yeah, that's your bad ear. And then when I put my other earplug in, it's blasting me. Oh my gosh. Nope, not Lou Reed. Not Lou Reed. I did see what's his name in concert. He was good. The White Stripes opened for them, and he got booed. What's his name? Nope, not Andy Warhol. Gene Krupa. Yeah, he's been gone a while. In fact, the drummer for Velvet Underground is still alive and is 80 years old. That makes me feel old. The drummer for Velvet Underground was female, first of all, and that was Mo Tucker. And she actually lives in, so I won't even bother with a bonus question, but she actually lives in Georgia. She lives in Douglas, Georgia. So, and she went on to have 5 kids. Crazy. But yeah, she lives down in agricultural area of Georgia. So I thought that was interesting. I ran across that a while ago. It was shocking to me because I think she was from New York. And she was known for looking androgynous. Guitarist from the band Bring Me to the Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I know Bring Me to the Horizon. I can't name any of their songs, but I know I've heard them. Definitely. I think my niece was into them. And she was like 13, along with Imagine Dragons. And I think that's the era they came out. Really, Angela Critters. Oh, you're going to love. You know what I have, Angela? I have a Duncan Hines book signed by Duncan Hines, the actual Duncan Hines, because he started as a restaurant reviewer. Yeah, Hunter, Lou Reed and what's his name? Take a Walk on the Wild Side. That was Lou Reed. Who's the other guy? I saw him in concert. Why can't I think of him? John Cale and Angus MacLeese. Well, he was a drummer at some point. Sterling Morrison was a guitarist. John Cale was multi-instrumentalist, and Lou Reed was singer and guitarist. Yeah, it started in 1964. Mike, you missed the homework assignment. So, homework assignment this week is to watch Vandemonium Plus if you've never seen it before. It's a 27-minute mini movie starring Ann Magnuson and Meatloaf. And it's funny AF. Funny AF. Angus Young, that's AC/DC. All right. Who was a frontman for Montrose from 1973 to 1975? Who was a frontman for Montrose from 1973 to 1975? Yeah, let me see if I can find that. So I have a small book collection now. Oh, yeah. Here it is, Angela. I have Adventures in Good Eating by Duncan Hines. Good Eating Places Along the Highways of America. That's what he was. And then he sold the name much later. It had the name on the cover, and then in Spanish, Es Propiedad. I don't know who it was given to. Louis something. Oh, maybe it isn't signed. Maybe I misunderstood that. This book, it looks like, was 1946. Yeah, I must have been mistaken on this signature. And interesting. This is a 31st printing, though. This belonged to Chris's grandmother. But yeah, it's the only thing I think I got from his grandmother. And his sister got it and then gave it to me for Christmas. It's not a cookbook. It's a review of restaurants throughout America. Amsterdam, the Tower, and it goes state by state. It's really interesting. And there's a Hotel Valverde. Wow. In New Mexico. See, that's why I need those Clowny tapes from Valverde. Something happened. Something happened in Valverde. I need to find out what it was. But it wasn't New Mexico. I think it was some South American area or something. Yeah, it's really sweet. I only have a small book collection now. And it was mostly either authors I knew, first editions, or signed books. Like we have Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. I have that signed. I think I have a signed Janet Ivanovich book. Some others. I have an artist signed book. I have a lot of Southern folk artist books that's signed. All right, so the answer to that was Sammy Hagar. Who got that one? Hike with Mike? I figured you'd get that right. So Mike's on the board with 3, Hunter 1, Q 5, Vinny 2. Q, you're still in the lead, girl. Oh my gosh. All right, 20. She was considered the queen of disco. She was considered the queen of disco. Oh my gosh, Angela. That's wild. See, when we moved here, I downsized. I got rid of so much. We got rid of our books because Chris, working for the state, he gets access to every college campus book we could ever want. And so if he wants a book, he just orders it and it gets delivered to his campus and they call him, they come pick up your book. You guys gets a book. So, and then we get extensions and stuff like that. They're extra. So it's nice. So we decided to get rid of all of our books because all they do is, I have dust mite allergies. So it's helpful for me. And Angela, you got that point. Hey, Camp Gmail. Good to see you. Oh, Hike with Mike got that point first. Really? Really? Hike with Mike? Well, she had big hair. So we consider her a big hair band Mike. Hey, Camp Gmail, how are you doing, darling? What's going on at your show tonight? I haven't had time to come up for air to even look. What do you have planned tonight? Oh, the worst song from Donna Summer would be her remake of what you call it, MacArthur Park. Who leaves a cake out in the rain? I know, not Angela. She's not that stupid. Editville. Are you doing edits? Oh, that's Friday. What do you have going on tomorrow? I'm sorry. What's going on at Open Mic? So Hike with Mike, I've been trying to tell Hike with Mike to contact you because Hike with Mike apparently took voice lessons among other things, and he was big into metal. So, I said I want to see Hike with Mike perform because y'all are a really cool group. Mike, I had the Steve Perry look. when I didn't do my hair. It was actually the Aretha Franklin thing. I had the shave here on the side, right? And then the back, it was shaved all the way around, like one little strip all around, and then my hair here. I was like, I knew I had a good hair day when I got in my 76 Newport Chrysler and my hair hit the top of the headliner. That was a great hair day for me. I know. And the MacArthur Park, the Richard Harris version of it. Oh my gosh. I miss the 80s too. I was like, we need to have an 80s party. Did William Shatner do MacArthur Park as well? Matthew Perry? I don't know what that is, Eddie. Eddie's going for the Wolfman now, man. He's got that. And I love it, Eddie. I love the way you look now. Oh, your salt and pepper hair. That's so hot. I love it. He's got this big, thick salt pepper hair and the beard going. I don't know. You almost look like one of those, what do you call them in India? You're kind of gurus over there. Oh, Eddie, Hunter and I were talking behind the scenes, and loved your old videos. I had the big old video too, big old Sony camera that sat on the shoulder, and you filmed. Sadhu, that's what they're called. Sadhu. Yeah, you're going for that look, Eddie. Looks good on you though. I mean, I like clean cut, but I don't know. You're looking good these days, Eddie. 902. I think it was Hike with Mike. I never had time for that stuff. Never. Okay, final question. And this is going to be close. Well, no. Holy cow. Oh, no, because I have a bonus question. I have a bonus question with this. So, Hike with Mike, you might be able to pull out a win over Q or a tie. The problem is, I don't have a tie for this week. If somebody doesn't get this, never saw Friends. Never saw Friends. I don't think anybody here watched Friends either. Too busy working. Eddie, you were still in college then, if I recall correctly. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But Hunter, I could totally see myself hanging out with Eddie's friends. They're so cool looking. All right, question number 21. This is it, folks, with a bonus question attached. Jeffrey Lynn from ELO later wrote most of the music for this musical flop. Jeffrey Lynn from ELO later wrote most of the music for this musical flop. Vinny, really? Didn't we had another Xanadu question, and I think you answered it. I think you're a closet Xanadu fan. Or you're a closet, what's her name fan? Olivia Newton-John. Which is it, Vinny? You can come clean with us. Yep, Xanadu. Yeah. Yes, indeed it was. You know what was another big flop, and I almost included this in trivia this week. What was it? The Beatles. Is it Sgt. Pepper's? That was kind of a flop for them. It didn't do as well as Yellow Submarine. But the big song out of that was remake by Earth, Wind, and Fire. Got to get you out of my life. I believe that was the song that was a hit. And that one actually won a Grammy, I believe. Even though the movie was a flop. Yeah, Into My Life. That's right, Q. Mm-hmm. The movie was a flop, but that actually won a Grammy. How they pulled that off. It's a great song, though. I love that song. It's one of those you can't stand still with. Right? All right, so the bonus question here. You going to do it, Vinny? What band did he play in from 87 to 91? What band did Jeffrey Lynn play in from 1997 to 1991? I mean, 1987 to 1991. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, Vinny, you got the point again. But unfortunately, Vinny with 4, Q with 5, Connor with 1, and Mike with 3, Q won this week's show. That was awesome, Q. Now, I will say, if Hike with Mike had been here, it may have been a much closer game. Because I had questions. I had questions here, Mike. I had questions. Twisted Sister, Iron Maiden, Montrose, Motorhead. I mean, you may have been able to pull that out. May have been able to pull that out, Mike. Put it on your calendar, Mike. Put on your phone calendar. That's what I have to do so I remember to do these dang things. I have to. If I don't at my age, I do not. Because I don't know. I can't push notifications out, unfortunately. There's I know. And that's the thing. I will say Q just had cataract surgery. So she's typing with one eye. She's got to wait to get the other one done. But it's coming. It's coming. I know. So Mike, that's why I did like some I keep y'all in mind. Because like Q and Vinny, they're from Michigan. So I try to include some Michigan bands and stuff like that. Angela, of course, the Atlanta girl. 65. Wow. That's wild, Angela. Didn't you say you saw them? Did you see them? Oh, in Atlanta. You didn't see them at the Strand in Marietta. Wow. That is so cool. I forget, who did you say you saw at the Strand, Angela? The concert you took your sister to? I bet Q. Q, did you see a bunch of concerts in Michigan when you were younger? I think that happens a lot sometimes, Eddie. Oh, gosh. Oh, wow, Angela. You've never been to a concert, Q? Oh, I thought I was bad because I was a late bloomer. I snuck to my first, well, my mom didn't know about my first concert, but I was out of the state when I saw Styx and Todd Rundgren at the fairgrounds when I was 13, I believe it was, with my uncle's brother and his buddy. Wow, that's crazy, Mike. Oh, Q. You gotta be kidding me. Do I have to come up there and take you to a concert, Q? Is that what I have to do? Don't make me come up there and take you to a concert, Q. That Eddie. Took you to Cool and the Gang. See, I'd love to go see Cool and the Gang or Earth, Wind, and Fire. Oh, you can take kids in. Yeah. Which I don't agree with all the time, but yeah. I went to Richard Cheese. Y'all ever heard of Richard Cheese? I went to see Richard Cheese in concert, and there were kids in the audience. I'm like, come on, people. But now I will say that most of the people there were people I had also seen at Trader Vic's downtown Atlanta. And who used to play at Trader Vic's downtown Atlanta? Big Mike Greer and Tongo Hedy. And you know who Big Mike Greer or Tongo Hedy is? That would be Puddles the Clown. And so I used to go see him play, and it was great because he also did King Size, a tribute to Elvis every year, Christmas time. But Big Mike Greer and Tongo Hedy, he did like lounge versions of songs. Of course, Styx Come Sail Away was always part of the gig. Hey, Tom, good to see you. Benny was here. I don't know if she's still in the background, but she was here earlier. You missed her. Yeah, you and I have talked about that, Tom. You've seen Ringo a bunch of times. I know you're a big fan. I saw Kiss with Aerosmith, but that was in the 2000s. Eddie. Eddie's on every Tire Maiden t-shirt. Todd Rundgren. Now, let me tell you, Todd Rundgren has done a lot for music, especially when it went kind of electronic, because he was all into the computers and new age stuff. So, a lot of the music advancements we've had, Todd Rundgren has been incredible. He's done a lot more engineering work, but I loved Todd Rundgren. Oh, that's right. I forgot you and Tom know each other too, don't you, Angela? And I know Tom knows G May. But yeah, it's like 30 degrees of everybody on YouTube. I love it. So I love this community. Like, Tom, how many years have you been on YouTube? You and Angela. Benny's probably been on longer than any of us. And we need to get to tonight's prizes for Q, right? Well, the problem is, so the burger fell off the wall. If you didn't notice, it's behind the sofa, and I know that Vinny was hoping to win the burger on the wall this week, but it's MIA. So Q, see, this was a deal. See, I was going to give Blue Diamond almonds to Q, but I know she can't do nuts, and she can only eat cashews. So, and it's open. I think there are like maybe 10 nuts in there anyway. But man, what can we give to Q? I think, do I have anything good in my drawer? Not in my drawers, in my drawer. Don't get any funny ideas. Let's see. Okay, I think the best I can come up with, since I had to come up with an alternative for Q, who can't do nuts. I think I'm gonna have to Q. I'm gonna have to give you this rubber coaster here. That's tonight's prize, a rubber coaster, because we have no rubber burgers. Mike with the bad jokes. Oh my gosh. Q, you do know I give away silly prizes. Oh my gosh. 2018, you went into your first chat room. See, that's the thing. I didn't learn about chat rooms till late, Angela. I did not learn about chat rooms until uh, maybe a year or two later than you, but I was all over YouTube. That's what inspired me to move out here and grow more food. Chat room. This is a chat room, Hike with Mike. Doing lives and chatting with people. Do you remember your first chat room, Angela? Absolutely, Tom. Rubber biscuit. Chat rooms, AOL chat room is where I met my husband, believe it or not. But I think I've told this story before, but for those who don't know, Atlanta had a very active like chat room for Atlanta. And yeah, we did stargazing campouts. People with kids. I had a pool, so we'd do pool parties. People bring their kids and their families. We'd cook out. We'd go to clubs. We'd go rafting down the Chattahoochee. We'd go skating. We'd go skiing. We did so much. We did so much. Really, Benny? Interesting. How long have y'all been together, Benny? Bankers Rocks? Is that what yours was, Hunter? That's funny, Angela. That's funny. Oh wow. We married in 98. When we bod was 3600. 3600 bod days. Dial up. Yeah, baby. Eddie, you smart Alec. See, Mike, you gotta do open mic night. That's so funny. Now, chat rooms, I mean, this is a chat room. You really get to know people, you really get to connect with people. Like I'm gonna do a tour this summer. Yeah, I've met YouTubers live, like well, my best friend, Bimbo. I mean, we were friends for 2 years. I was doing shows with her, and then I went down there to meet her. We became, man, best friends. She passed away. Like we were doing the College of Rock Knowledge. A few of us got together and we'd pick a band every week and we'd go through all their discography and then we would rate our favorite songs and why and give a little trivia. It was a great show. We do it like every 2 weeks. And we do like a top 10 or top 11. She liked 11 or 12. So she'd pick funky numbers. And we had a great time. And then who else have I met live? Uh, Eddie, I was going to meet Eddie down in Colombia. We're going to go to Colombia, South America, and meet Eddie. That's kind of on hold for now. But we're thinking about doing Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa. I'll meet Hunter. I'd love to meet Benny and your wife. Angela, I want to meet up with you sometime. We got to get together for lunch. Um, If I ever get to Tom's neck of the wood, I'll meet anybody. I love it. I mean, I have a friend up in Michigan that's I told him I'll tell you, Spartan Dan. I told him, I'm like, look, if you need me to come up there and fill in some gaps, to help take care of you, whatever you need, let me know. And I will do that, you know. I took Clowney down. I met him on YouTube. And then we did that stage show in Jacksonville at Jackrabbits. Uh, I want to meet Ann Baker in Florida. I want to meet Rita. I want to meet Faye. Yeah, I want to meet as many people as I can. I want to go out to West to who do I want to meet out there? Taraboo, Camilla Stewart, of course, Mrs. Hopkins. Who else is out there? Just so many people I want to meet. Oh, fun, Angela. That is going to be great. I know, Mike. I know. I know, Angela. I know. I told him, like, he said there's some medical stuff and he's really tired. He's frustrated. And I get it. Like, when you're going through medical test after medical test, it gets old real fast. I told him, I said, talk to your doctors, tell them that you are weak. He said he needs to get weight on him. He didn't have much to spare. I told him, talk to his doctors, tell him you're weak, you're tired, you're exhausted, and you need a break. You need to get your energy back before you feel you can do some more testing. Because laying in a hospital, it'll break you down real quick. You lose muscle mass so quickly. It's ridiculous. I know that because I've had injuries before and I went way too long before going to the doctor and had to have surgery. And then the recovery and physical therapy takes longer because there's no muscle there to work with to heal quickly. Yeah, Angela, they do really great concerts up there. I've never been. I've never been up to Cherokee, never been deep in the Smokies. Been to Asheville, been to Raleigh, Charlotte. That's about it. I'm not going to Pakistan, Eddie. I am not going to Pakistan. No way. No how. Angela knows CB Kitchen. I think Angela is probably in my boat. I would not go to Pakistan. No way. Now my former roommate was Pakistani too. I love Awesome. He's disappeared from social media. I know he's doing some photography stuff for a lot of bands actually up in the Northeast area. I got a story about that, Eddie. So my first husband, I was married a month to him. Maybe we dated a while and he was from Middle East, right? So he's like, he had bought a house, everything. He had lived here, I don't know how many years. 10 plus years in the US. He had been a student in engineering. He was working at Disney at Arthur's 27. I mean, that was the creme de la creme restaurant at the time. And he was like, hey, and we need to go to Tampa to go to the embassy there. I need you to fill out some papers. I'm like, oh, sure, no problem. So I go and fill out the papers, and there was this line in there, and it said, where will you go if you get deported? I'm like, I'm American. I'm not going any damn where. So I left it blank, right? I was like, I'm sure as heck not going to, Middle East. And so, I mean, Jordan, if it had been Jordan, that's an exception. Turkey, yeah, maybe, Egypt, still unsure at the time. And this is 80, I mean, the 80s were rough, right? And so, because I also had another friend who before I had married that was he was actually, where was he from? I forget, but he went up to the embassy in DC and he actually lit it on fire with a bunch of other people because he knew he could get asylum that way. Because if he got deported and went sent back to the country, they would just like he'd be dead. Um, so um, so yeah, I didn't fill out that part of the paperwork, and this officer calls me back. He's like, you have to fill out this part of the form. And I but I knew Paris would always be a neutral, right? They weren't gonna like send me anywhere I didn't want to go. So that's why I put Paris, France. And he kind of looked at me. I was like, and then I just I did the paperwork, whatever, and I just said, look, I want a divorce. I'm out of here. If it works out later, fine. So we did an amicable divorce really quick. But that blindsided me. I mean, I thought I knew because I knew people would hire women to, get their green card, stuff like that. Mm-mm. So I was well aware of that before we got married. But he didn't give me that option. I would never do that, but it was stupid. He wasn't honest with me, so yeah. I was a goner. So my first marriage lasted like a month. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, it was funny. But I mean, I knew Middle Eastern people all from way before that. I used to cook for Ramadan for a lot of people. They do their Ramadan stuff, and I would cook Middle Eastern food. So, oh yeah, Hunter, that would have been miserable. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I never would have met Chris. I mean, things work out for the best eventually. So, so today I had the worst troll I've ever had in my life. And I don't know, Renee's Secret Garden was talking this morning about like, why don't people just move on? So somebody came and decided to critique one of my videos, and it's had 174 views. And this is the first person who said anything of the kind about this video. And I was just not having it today because not only did Renee's Secret Garden talk about people and trolls and moving on and critiquing cooking, and like it's their food. You don't tell people how to cook food they're going to eat. If you want to cook it your way, you cook it your way. Angela cooks a lot, so I'm sure she's seen it in her lifetime. But and then somebody else we watch, she deleted her whole channel for like the third or fourth time, and said she's never coming back to YouTube because of the trolls. And I was just, today was not the day. And after staying up and working on trivia and everything else I do, I was like, I wasn't taking it today. Then I went and found that she bitches out everybody on their videos. She or he. And I had called it out before I even had proof. And then I went and called them out once I had proof. They finally disappeared. And then I hid their comments from my channel. I was like, what is it? That is the worst I've ever had. And I've been on YouTube, almost 4 years sporadically doing videos and lives and stuff like that. Yeah, Hike with Mike, it's rare that I get trolls. I have been, knock on wood, really, really lucky. But people don't realize how much time YouTube can take up, right? I mean, I do some of my videos without edits, like my garden tours. Eddie, I know, just started doing some non-edited stuff. And I think when you get more comfortable with the camera and everything, you can do that. But yeah, don't like it, change the channel. I used to do answering service for a a company, and I had like it was an old plug-in one ringy dingy, two ringy dingy type switchboards. My first telecom job, and I answered like 50 lines, and one of them was the news station WESH in Orlando. And I worked the 3 to 11 shifts. So, oh gosh, we get complaints about the football schedule or the commercials or you name it. Oh, we got the call in, Mike, you hike with Mike, you know about the Orlando sinkhole that happened in the 80s. I got the first call on that at the news station. And I didn't know what a sinkhole was at the time. I'm like, they're saying it's a sinkhole down there. They're like, what? Where? So I went by that night after I got off my shift. I went through there, and that road was no longer there the next day. Um, but yeah, when they would say, just tell them to change the channel if they don't like what's on. I mean, like, no, really? They're like, yes, tell them, change the channel if you don't like it. The worst line I had to answer for was a psychologist. Oh my gosh. He had this one client that was very needy. I'll just leave it at that. Tom says, this mom was talking, she was in the Middle East somewhere. She liked it. She had a, well, everybody used, and a guy showed up and started cleaning pelts in the well. She couldn't wait to get out. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Now in the middle of the night, there's a family I watch from Iran. They're different type of, they're not your typical Iranian. They're way isolated in the mountains, and they're kind of fun to watch. They have a donkey, and the mother, she's pretty old, but she goes up these treacherous hills looking for acorns to make flour and to feed the donkey and the chickens and everything. It's crazy. Oh yeah, Eddie, I remember your trolls. Did you finally block that one guy? He was awful. He was awful. Yeah, we used to go hiking a lot up in the North Georgia mountains. I can't get Chris to camp, but I can get him to hike. But I fell the last 2 times I went up there, so I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be hiking anymore. And that's when I was first had my hip problems and I was trying to like work it out. I think it just made things worse. I've been in pain for years. Swamp this week. You do Sasquatch hunting, Mike? Right, Honor, change it. If you don't like it, change it. Change the channel. Oh, the Ocala? I didn't hear about that. I didn't live there then. One place in Ocala I want to go is the bat house. That looks pretty wild at dusk when the bats come flying out. There are hundreds of them. But we have bats around here. But the one in Ocala is ridiculous. Is it Ocala or Gainesville? They had the big bat house for the university. I don't think block is an issue anymore, Eddie. I was looking to block this person, but it was just hide comments. So that's what I did. Yeah, Iranian culture and living is very interesting, especially up in the mountains, because I think this is a more of a nomadic type culture. And I've never seen them eat meat. It's always been some flowery type stuff. But I don't watch them all the time, but I run across them like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning on the shorts. Skunk ape hunting. I just go on for the fun. Yeah, what's your buddy Steve, Swamp Steve, is that his name? Oh, so the bad houses are in Gainesville. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was Ocala or Gainesville. But gosh, when are they going to widen the road there? The Villages, Gainesville, um, Orlando, that one stretch coming into Orlando. That's ridiculous. On the turnpike. It's a turnpike. It shouldn't be so bad. Oh, I saw wild hogs for the first time. I saw about 20 of them on the side of the road. Hmm. Oh, Mike, Vinny brought up a band called Blood Rock and also a band called Love. So those are also on my list to check out. But yeah, I think y'all will like Vandemonium. It's kind of a trippy, otherworldly kind of video, and has Meatloaf, and it has Vulcan Death Grip at the end. So, Mike, you'd probably definitely appreciate Vulcan Death Grip. I'm choking out my guts and I'm wasted. No, I think it's I'm puking out my guts and I'm wasted. Yeah. So I think you'd really like that band, Vulcan Death Grip, and they have really cool costumes. A lot of leather, a lot of skin showing. And Ann Magnuson is the lead singer. So you can't go wrong with Ann Magnuson ever. So, yeah. So we were going to talk. So do we want to change, Mike? And since you go hiking, I don't know when you leave, but now that the time has changed, summer's coming, summer weather is coming, I should say. Do y'all want to move trivia? Because normally I just cut off trivia until the winter, until January, and we don't do anything. So, do y'all want to continue music trivia, and would you like to move it to Wednesday, perhaps? Do hump day music trivia? Power ballads. Ooh, Mike. I really want to see you sing. Do you have any old videos? Eddie's been showing old videos, like back in his high school days. I love it. You gotta have something. And the one in Orlando, Angela, the one in Orlando took out 7 Porsche. There was a Porsche dealer there, right in Winter Park. It took out the pool, took out the Porsche dealership. It was real close to where my dad's office was when I was a kid. And it was close while my where I worked for the answering service, it was Winter Park Answering Service where I worked. And so that was right up the road too. Probably a mile from the sinkhole. Soda Stereo. Really? Now, I think I picked up some Spanish rock bands the other day, and I didn't know any of them. But what's crazy is where we lived in a huge, like, Hispanic area at one point, and they would have, anytime they'd have the Mexican Independence Day and Cinco de Mayo, which are 2 different days. Independence Day is actually, a lot of people think Cinco de Mayo is some kind of Independence Day, but Mexican Independence Day is September, I believe, the 15th. But they would always have live bands and stuff playing, and we were so close. Well, people would park down our street to get there. But we'd love doing, we could listen to the bands and do yard work. It was great. Yeah, Mike's a teacher. He's a great guy. Yeah, I'll keep it with I'll stay with music. But I think with the longer days, Mike, do you ever go out on leave Friday night for your stuff? All right, cool. I'll check them out, Eddie. Oh yeah. Well, it was actually Winter Park, Orlando, kind of on the cusp. It was closer to downtown Winter Park, but downtown Winter Park is so close to the Orlando border. It's just a couple blocks over and you're in Orlando. Oh, don't even go there, Hunter. I'm like so crazy. And I said I was going to go live more just to, BS. I've been thinking about doing this. I watch these people doing these sleep lives at night and people watch them sleep and people are in the room. I'm like, oh, do I want to sink to that level for the hours? It's so crazy how much work I've put in. But I had that slump. What did I take time off for? Like when I had my eye surgery or something? I had that Mac hole. And my hours, my watch time hours on the monthly basis slip below. I think you have to have 311 on average, like all the time to make the goal. And I'd slipped to like 200 and something. That's when that big Ted Vernon's classic car video timed out. The year came up and I lost tons of hours. Tons of hours. It's really pathetic. I'm only at 2,470 watch hours. Can you believe it? It's terrible. Oh, that's awesome, Hike with Mike. What was that movie? That movie that had Nick Nolte. He was a teacher. Wasn't he a history teacher? And he would do these crazy skits and stuff. That whole cast was phenomenal. Uh, yeah, I'm going to hang in there. Some days I get like, I was like, I'll just go live, more. No, I went to School of Rock. It was it Nick Nolte? I thought it was like Liberty Bell or it was something kind of more, uh, it was more, it was in the 80s or 70s. 48 Hours Under Fire. Teachers, 1984. Jo Beth Williams, Ralph Macchio, Judd Hirsch. It was shot in Columbus, Ohio, mostly at the former Central High School. I've been to Columbus, Ohio. I've spent a lot of time in Columbus, Ohio. I've been to the Red, White, and Boom. Inner city conflict between teachers. Romance with a student. Not good. Mental institution outpatient. Who's a substitute teacher. Herbert Gower. Who played Herbert Gower? Because he was funny. Oh, Richard Mulligan. Remember him from Soap? He'd do that disappearing thing. He didn't like the had oh yeah, gym teacher Mr. Troy has a relationship with student Eddie's best friend Danny, a schizophrenic and kleptomaniac student, is shot and killed by the police after he draws gun. I mean, this movie was pretty crazy. It was yeah, that was a wild, wild movie. Was that it? It must have been. It must have been the movie. I thought it was a really great movie. I thought it was something else. Must. Yeah. It must have been it. Must have been it. All right, where am I at? Oh, I've never looked at Social Blade. Shall we? Yeah, no singing in it. Yeah, but didn't they have one somebody a history teacher that was a little whacked out and did some really crazy stuff, like plays and stuff, act out little stuff. What movie was that? Was that that one? I don't remember. That's okay, Angela. It's only going to get worse with this pollen. My eyes were killing me. So it felt like dodgeballs going into my eyeballs with all this pollen. Blackjack Mulligan from wrestling days. You have a good one, Angela. Love you. See you later, alligator. Mr. Oral. Have you seen was that Matthew Perry school movie? That was a good one too. Now Mike says Eddie is a teacher too. He teaches Spanish, English, sorry. He teaches English remote. He does remote work. But Arnold Hand, what was he from? Oh, or that was yeah, what Arnold Hand, what was that? Hunter, I didn't know if I should show this video. Should I do it on the live? I question it because some people might come at me hard. I do love wildlife, and I kind of do have fun, but that is dang the weirdest thing. If y'all don't know, I've been hearing what I thought was a dog barking, like a little poodle like dog, small dog, barking, bark, bark, bark. Now I go to my door and this squirrel would take off running. I'm like, what the heck? Is he trying to get up under the vinyl and get up in the house to nest or whatever? Like, what the heck is going on? Because we put critter guards all around the roof line and stuff, right? Um, so I'm like, what in the heck is the squirrel doing? Couldn't figure it out. Today I hear the same thing again. Go out there, squirrel takes off running. I got looking up around the vinyl, seeing if anything looks out of place or anything. Then I noticed that darn squirrel is tearing up. Oh, Eddie, I already fought with the deer yesterday. Now it's the squirrels. Right? So I go out there and the squirrel is tearing up. I'm a woman who buys quality because I want it to last. I don't like spending money. I do not like spending money, period. I buy something, I plan on it being there forever. Like the design of my house I might change that up a little bit. The design of my house is not changing. I have two pieces of furniture I need to get for this house, and I'm done. No, this squirrel. I got him on video running too. It's time to lay some Cajun on them. So that's what I did, Hunter. I went out there and I sprinkled cayenne pepper all over that rug. The squirrel is tearing up my rug. Y'all, he's tearing it up. And it's one of those kind of industrial rugs. Like it's not one of those uh it's not a it's like one of those black rubber mats with a little bit of no. Look at this. See those patches? It's one of those like heavy duty mats, and see the patches he's leaving in them. He's working on two dang patches, just tearing it up. And there's all this fluff around. He's gathering all that. He's tearing up the dang carpet to get the fluff to go nest. I should say she. I don't think he is doing anything. He did his thing. That's what I'm dealing with. And you saw that deer yesterday. That's why and at night, that scares the crap out of me. When I go chasing after those deer, like there was one night I was out there and I was like, ah. I was like just going nuts. And that's what they do. They act like they're going to run and they take like a couple steps like they're going to run. And then they turn around, they just stare at me. I'm just like, at that point is when I want to turn around and run back in the house. They scare the crap out of me. Scare the crap out of me. That's what she did to me yesterday. So I got a video out there of that. I love history teachers. And like with Mike, when I grew up in Florida, right, a required class to graduate was Americanism versus communism. I take it they're not doing that anymore, are they? It was required to graduate. Did you have to take it too? I don't know. When did they quit doing that class requirement? I think they were afraid the Marielitos were going to indoctrinate us. Hunter, you were legally drunk like 5 beers ago. Are you kidding me? You came on, you had four. You're legally drunk at two. You can only drink one beer an hour or less to stay legal. Barely. I know, Eddie. Between the deer and the squirrel, I told Hunter it's nature's conspiring against me. Maybe they have some kind of Neuralink implants. Oh my God. What do you think, Tom? Maybe I need your little metal. Tom has aluminum hat, and I need Tom's aluminum hat to keep me safe from the Neuralink deer and squirrels. Oh yeah, cats are notorious, but I didn't expect that behavior out of squirrels. Oh yeah, they're doing it with their claws, and then they're gathering all that stuff. But I want to know, he must be putting it in his mouth because I can't see that squirrel like limping away, like tucking all that fluff under his chest and like limping away on three legs. Like what? I've thought about should I set the camera up out there? He may not come back though. Now I thought about setting it up after I put the pepper out. Oh my gosh, it's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it's nesting material. I'm pretty sure of that. But yeah, it's crazy. It's getting crazy around here. And the ducks were enjoying the leftover greens today. They finally found them. So the ducks don't do anything. They poop on the tarp. Other than that, I look at it as fertilizer. So, you know, the geese are pretty cool. They're here every spring. Spartan Dan calls them Cheech and Chong. Oh yeah. Yeah, you get animals in your house and they can be really nasty. But bats, all that guano, ugh. The neighbor has probably, I don't know, she has a horde of bats in her attic. Crazy. That house is really, really old. But yeah. But I knew a crazy lady once. She was an author and she was an animal lover. And she was a friend, long term friend of the family. The woman was so crazy that she went to the fair one time just to get elephant dung. She took the public bus and she got the elephant dung, I guess for her garden. Right? She got this elephant dung and put it in a suitcase and carried it back on the public bus. Her house, like she lives in a fairly decent sized midwestern town, and, and all the yards are very well coiffed, and the bushes are trimmed and everything. And then her being an animal lover, her house looked like a jungle. Like there are trees, but it is just wild, just absolutely wild. She wrote several books. I have one. She wrote about moonshiners. Big Six Henderson. He was the Fed that took down a lot of moonshiners back in the day. Um, she wrote my grandmother's dog was on the cover of one of her books. But I went over there for dinner one time as a kid, and the next thing I'm like, something just flew over my head. I'm like, what the heck was that? They had a flying squirrel that they just let loose in their house. I had the finches were right next to me, like in a cage, but this flying squirrel was just everywhere during dinner. Craziest thing I ever saw. Right. And then she had this big raccoon. I think it must have been this big around. The thing was huge. And they had rigged up a ramp, and that thing was living in their attic. They rigged up a ramp to go up to their attic, and they would feed it every night. They'd feed it dog food. She had a possum she tried to get me to take back to Florida as a pet. She was great. She was great. But yeah, those videos, when I see all there's that one guy that was making videos and he had like a horde of raccoons around him. What do you do? Like they just found a rabid raccoon around here in Metro Atlanta. It's really early for rabies here. O, the big O. Oh gosh. But yeah, so I just all I think of is like you never know, one could become rabid overnight. That's what scares me. Like when we had that what was it? Fox coyote, the foyote, whatever it was, it came, nobody cared. It looks bad. Whatever we had in our yard, that thing looked really ill. And they didn't care. I even showed them videos. Yeah. There's one woman here. She's got a deer that got injured. She just feeds it every day. They wanted to put it down. She's been nursing it, feeding it forever. I guess she could get fined, but because that is illegal. But yeah, but no, this person, she had permits and everything to do that crazy stuff. All right, so we're gonna move to Wednesday. So Mike, you're gonna you're gonna put yeah, right? Let's go to Hawaii. I've never been. It's on my list. I thought what we would do, hopefully one day, when they say, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That's what they say here in the South. Uh, take a trip to fly out to LA, tool around LA a bit, and then fly over to Hawaii. Be much easier on my body. Hey, flights kill me. Flights really, they're really painful. At least I think that's what it is. I need to do another one just to make sure. But since that wreck I was in, it kept me down for months. Women's nylon with toe cut out over the hole, they fly out but can't get, oh. But you have to make sure they're out, Tom. That's the only thing. All of my stuff should be protected now since we put those critter guards in. I don't know if my vents are. I don't know. My brother-in-law said we need more insulation in there, but it looks pretty thick to me. What are we doing? We are going to our calendar on our phone, and we're changing trivia 8 o'clock. Fridays to 8 o'clock on Wednesdays. Save this and future events, all events in series. This and all future events. Oh, y'all. There's something coming up on the 27th. I don't know if I'm going to go though. All right. So my calendar is correct. Trivia Wednesday at 8. And I'm going to have to put it on Tuesday to remind me that it's Wednesday. I just put trivia next day because if I don't, I won't be prepared. And I need to put that for every week forever until I get on a decent routine. Edit. Repeat every week. Forever and ever. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. You know who handles Messiah? Yes, Eastern Standard Time. Thank you. You know who handles Messiah? Took forever to write. And it wasn't originally written as a Christmas song. There was a lot of controversy about that song. When it was performed live, there were like cat fights behind the stage. It was bad. It was bad. There was a lot of drama around Handel's Messiah. Look it up on Wikipedia. Very interesting. I mean, I would have thought back then they'd be a little bit more civil, but no. Oh, George Foreman died? I missed that. Wow. 76. Not bad, not bad. Although, right, the older we get, the younger 76 looks. Holy cow. He was lucky to live a good life. Boxing is not good on the not good on the body. Well, R.I.P. George Foreman. Right? He made inhaling all that smoke indoors great again. But yeah, I gotta go to Korean people's house. It gets pretty smoky sometimes for dinner. All right. So I think and we're doing, are we sticking with 70s rock? There's so much material. What music are we going to do in the next one? Should we do 80s? Change it up again? Yeah. I was going to say Annie like needlepoint, but that was Rosie O'Greer, who liked or who liked Rosie O'Grady, who liked needlepoint. Didn't Rosie O'Grady also do some needlepoint books that they published? It was Rosie. It was Rosie Greer. God, I'm so old. Yeah, Rosie Greer. Born in Cuthbert, Georgia. I did not know that. I had no idea. I've been to Cuthbert. I had no idea. That's wild. Needlepoint. Oh, he does macrame too. And he did author Rosie Greer's Needlepoint for Men in 1973. There you go. Who? Rosie Greer or George Foreman? You know who I think is a comedy great is Eddie Izzard. I think he's a brilliant comedian. Have you ever heard of him, Mike? Because he does history. A lot of his comedy is history based, and yeah, that's why I like Eddie Izzard. Oh yeah, he was real loved, well loved. Him and uh, um, well, Don Meredith and Pantyhose, Mr. Pantyhose. Why can't I think of his name? Dan Marino. Dan Marino. Yeah, those were all the big guys back then. I think everything died, like when the Bears and the Fridge Perry and all those guys kind of did their thing. Eddie who? Did we lose everybody? Is it just you and me, Hunter? No. Oh, Joe Namath. That's right. Sorry, I couldn't think of it. Joe Namath. But Dan Marino is pretty funny too, right? But I was thinking, why hasn't anybody else come out to do anything like the Chicago Bears has done with Fridge Perry when they did the rap and everything? That was great. Picard Ricard. I don't know Picard Ricard. Oh, so I'm getting my history mixed up. Good thing I'm not doing history trivia. Really? Did you read any of the papers on the RFK assassination? I have not. I have not. Now, my first big chat that I used to hang out with in YouTube was Rosie O'Kelly. Yeah, Rosie Greer is the football player. Bodyguard, actor, singer, Protestant minister, motivational speaker, born 1932. Still alive. He's 92 years old. But he went to high school in Roselle, New Jersey at Abraham Clark. Went to college at Penn State. Played for the Giants and the Rams. NFL champion, 3 times All-Pro, 2-time Pro Bowl. Chris doesn't watch sports. I keep up with him. I Google scores. But usually it's just like playoffs, maybe, like now it's basketball. So I used to be a big UK fan when I lived there and worked there. It's hard not to be a UK fan. If you go to a game, like their team, they are really fanatics in UK, University of Kentucky. They are ranked. Gonzaga is ranked 8. Houston's number 1. Oh, wow. Well, we'll see. They're playing tomorrow at 8:40. But, Duke. Is it Duke or the Tar Heels? Or is that the same? No. Tar Heels are. It's North Carolina. UNC. And they're ranked 11. Ole Miss is ranked 6th. I don't know. I kind of get into sports, but like this time of year, like when it's getting close, I'll check out stats like that. And then usually on the big game, kind of keep up with the playoffs, but the big game I'll usually Google in to see what's going on. So, Midwestern girl, you got to be into basketball. I mean, yeah, basketball. My mother was a basketball queen. She was only 5'3", but she was the best player they had. My dad also played basketball. Not me. I was not into sports at all. I like swimming. I don't like competition. I'm fine watching it, but I am not a big competitor. Swimming was my thing. That was my jam. Which is depressing anymore. Because ever since I've had hip issues, it's a lot more difficult. So very depressing, getting old. But yeah. Eddie. The last name of the actor, Eddie? Eddie who? Who are we talking about? Eddie who? Eddie Izzard. He was in The Riches with Minnie Driver. And what was funny about that, so everybody thought, oh, it was this British guy and he's funny in interviews and he's in this show, The Riches, which is a great show. It was a great show. I did watch, I don't know if I watched all of it, but I did watch some because I was a big fan of Eddie Izzard. And then, but then we went to see him. He's from the UK, so very brilliant. Um, and like I said, a lot of his comedy is based on history. Uh, so, like one of his jokes is, "I claim India for Britain." You can't do that. Yes, I can. Do you have a flag? You know, it's a very silly British humor, right? He talks about Holocaust, Pol Pot, you know, um, space program. Uh, yeah, he's a very crafty comedian, and but yeah. So the original when I saw him in concert, like all these, like I'm like, why are they all these old ladies here with their husbands and what is going on here? Like, do they really know Eddie Izzard or they just like him from the show or what? But yeah, a lot of people are put off with by his looks, but he is brilliant. She, I should say. So Eddie would wear pantsuits and um, lipstick, eyeliner. But yeah, and they had really good chemistry in that movie or in that show. So what they were they were basically gypsies, right? And they had that gypsy mentality where they steal, pickpocket, run scams, that type of culture. That's what they did. Did they kill that couple and move into their house and just say, oh, that they had bought it? Yeah, they were thieves. Or that couple died in a wreck or something. How I forget how they ended up living in that house and they charmed all the neighbors and everyone thought they were just lovely. In the meantime, they were they were terrible. It was a great movie. It was a great role for Minnie Driver too. Yeah, yeah, I did like that. So I wonder if that's even playing anywhere now. Can you get it on? I put in the riches and it comes in the richest man in Babylon came up. And I want to ask y'all. I updated my phone and now it's like my spell corrector, whatever, has gone nuts. At some point, that's on Prime Video from $3.99, but that can't be $3.99 an episode. That would get expensive. Oh, speaking of this, guess who has a movie on Amazon Prime? That's right. Clowney, The Hard Life and Times, Volume 2 of Clowney. How he got Amazon Prime to pick up his. Why are these people giving him a platform? I know, right, Hunter? Like, I can't remember what I did yesterday. Seriously. I was standing at the counter today. I made those 2 salads that I made, and oh, I cooked 2 pounds of bacon today, too, to put in the freezer. But I was making those 2 salads today, and I was like, what did I have for dinner last night? I really had to think hard about it. So the cobwebs of my memory, they build up really quickly. Oh gosh. It's too funny. It's kind of crazy getting old. But again, that's why I like doing these trivia and stuff. I like working out my memory, my mind, keep it active. Wilt Chamberlain went to California. Philly was lost. Then we got Dr. J. Yeah. I got to see the Globetrotters. And they just one of the players from the Globetrotters just died. Not even when we were kids. Not like Curly, and Curly was my favorite. But yeah, my dad made sure we got to see the Globetrotters as kids. But Meadowlark Lemon and all those guys. Oh, it was so fun. So fun. Wilt would have been fun to see. Now here, the Atlanta, when they had Dominique Wilkins and Moses Malone and Spud Webb. Spud Webb came along the tail end of that group, but Spud Webb was phenomenal. But he wasn't the shortest player to play pro ball ever. He was the second shortest player to play pro ball. But to watch him on those dunk competitions, it was amazing. I know, right? Amazon Prime's open to anybody. Y'all want to make a movie? Get it on Amazon Prime. They'll let Clowney do something. They'll let anybody do something. I tell you what. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So y'all miss out over on Instagram. We got some drama going on over there. So Jazzy, Clowney's girlfriend, just found out that he was fooling around on her with me. And like that court case where he went to Judge Steve Harvey and he sued that dude Theo for that gig in Miami that went awry. I drove Clowney down to Miami for that gig. I paid for the gas. It was my car. I paid for the hotel. Clowney even made me use my own quarters for the massage bed. Can you believe that? And then he wins that court case and he didn't give me a penny. He's so damn cheap and he's so damn selfish all the dang time. So over on IG, Jazzy and I got together. And I told her, I'm sorry, I didn't know, because she's like, he didn't even let me go. And I'm like, yeah, that's because he was messing around with me, hiding it from you. I spent all my money going down there. And then, all that crap happened, that chaos that follows him everywhere happened. And then the court case, I didn't get a dime. So, right? Conflict of interest. Absolutely. Huge conflict of interest. So then, anyway, so Jazzy and I hooked up on IG and we're getting together. Jazzy and I are going to be getting together because I told her there's power in numbers, girl. We can fight this. We can fight this. So, yeah, you just wait and see. It's coming. It's coming. And then, the guy that asked if I took it up the butt, right? I don't know if you saw that. That's on Clowney's channel. It can stay on Clowney's. He was over there, right? He was over there on Instagram. He's asking me all these questions. I told him he was a freak and to stay far away from me. And he was like, oh, you think what I did on that night was freaky? He's like, just wait till you see what I do with spaghetti and eggplant. And I'm like, really? Like, you didn't learn that from me at all. Like, I don't do anything with spaghetti and eggplant. He has an Only's fan. Ugh. Who wants to see him do anything with eggplant and spaghetti? Not me. Not me. But once I told Jasmine, I can just read it to you. I told Jazzy, like, let's see here. Where is this? Hypertext. I told him his mother raised him better, and Annabelle Chat was wanting to watch the movie, and I told her that she's not old enough to be watching clowny movies. She said she was going to watch it anyway, but she's got to do that at her own peril. Let's see. Let's see. Where is this loser? All right. So this is what went down. I'll read it word for word what happened with Jazzy. Well, she said, I feel attacked. This is to Clowney. She says, look, she says, I feel attacked. You're not facing relationship woes. I don't know where you would be if it wasn't for me in your face. That's her talking to Clowney. And I said, that's 100. You did everything for him. He's never contributed a dime. And she said, not one single penny. All that he does is cheat and lie and ask me for my money. Jazzy. I said, right? It's just like he did on Steve Harvey, only worse. And she said, yeah, way worse because I wasn't even invited. I said, Jazzy, that's because he was cheating on you with me. I'm sorry. I had absolutely no idea you and he were involved at all. He had me drive him down there, pay for the gas, pay for my motel, everything. He made me use my quarters for the vibrating bed. He kept every single penny when he won that court case. He's worse than a loser, worse than pond scum, worse than accidentally walking in on your grandma giving herself an enema even. Dang it, he makes me so mad. And then she said, you didn't know about me. The world knows about Jazzy. Tell you what, sister, let's meet up ASAP. I was like, you bet. There's power in numbers. I might have to make another special trip to Clowneyville. I just got back from a special mission down there. Clowney is trying to hide something. You know how he gets when he's guilty of something, I'm sure. I'm in Atlanta, but we'll make it happen. So, yeah, it's on, baby. It is on. And I told Annabelle, she said, it's on my watch list. I said, Annabelle, I don't think you're old enough, Annabelle. Maybe the Apple Dumpling Gang is more appropriate if you're into gangster movies. Yeah. Clowney thinks he's gangster, but he's not. He's not at all. So, yeah. So that's the drama going on at over in IG in Clowneyville. Blech. Anyway, so we'll see. I can't wait till this court case coming this summer. So, yeah. But you know what? It's about as much drama as I find on Nextdoor. Oh my gosh. Don't get me started on Nextdoor. Nextdoor has so many scammers. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So, how many beers have you had now, Hunter? Too many to count. You just stack them up so you can remember them. Man, it's almost 11 o'clock, y'all. Keeping me up. Oh my gosh. I went away from it for a while. But I just went back and it's just one scam after another. And then I found that this girl, so this is funny. So this girl would get on here and she's talking about, oh, I'm a caregiver. I've got my BS in biology. I'm working towards my master's. And she would go like, I walked in on my patient today and he was he was unresponsive, so I had to give him mouth to mouth and resuscitate him. He's in the hospital, and unfortunately, with CPR comes broken ribs. And what can I do to help him feel more comfortable when he comes home? I'm like, oh my gosh, girl, like go away. Nobody wants to hear that. Like the HIPAA. Have you ever heard of like patient privacy? And she's got pictures of people she's cared for. And so she's putting all this stuff out there, right? And stuff about medication, stuff about, um, uh, how she showers and bathes her patients. And then somebody propositioned her like he's in a wheelchair, but he likes somebody that can do some adult things. And is she up for it? She posted like the conversation. But what's funny is like her Facebook says she works at a restaurant. But she has a sister who works for the CDC or did work for the CDC. Mm. She has a brother that's a mechanical engineer at Georgia Tech, is what he's taken up. Um, but so I looked up her name, and she had a drug arrest last year for Schedule 4, I believe it was. And then I found where she had a divorce in the end of 2023. So that, and then her arrest record looks picture looks atrocious. Um, but then I run across, so I'm like, there's something not right. Night, Vinny, you have a good one. I'm like, there is something not right about this girl. So I Googled her, and that's when I found like the arrest and all this stuff, right? Like, I don't care what people do, but don't be scamming people, especially old people. And then I was thinking, well, usually, like, I know I watch a lot of those Michigan court cases, right, Benny? And they usually have a probation thing where you cannot work with old people. You are not allowed to be a caregiver. And I'm like, she had also posted that she was looking for friends. And even though she's only 27, she likes hanging out with people in their 50s and 60s. And I'm like, girl. And that's when I became suspicious, right? Because I'm like, girl, you're just trying to hang out with people that probably have, probably have a better chance of getting some drugs from, right? So, so I ran across this GoFundMe, and what's interesting is like um, somebody in another city is the organizer, but somebody with her name spelled it's a Middle Eastern name. She misspelled her name on Nextdoor, right? Her own name is misspelled on Nextdoor. And then I ran across where she's the beneficiary of this $10,000 fundraiser, which has raised $842. And the story go, and now, like I said, and she would come on, oh, I smell this most awful sewage smell, and I've like checked everything and I can't find anything. Somebody please help me. It's for my client and I don't want him smelling this stuff. Now, granted, the weather has been in like the 30s, the 40s, high, maybe 50s. She's like, every day I come to work, I open all the windows, and I'm thinking, girl, there's pollen, there's like it's 40, 50, 60 degrees as a high. Like, don't do that to your client. Um, but I'm thinking, I wouldn't let this girl take care of a goldfish for me. I like it's so bad, right? She asked for diapers. Um, like that's covered by Medicare, Medicaid, usually. And if they're having to get them donated, then maybe they should be getting on Medicaid. Oh, and she said that she always writes these paragraphs, and that one of her clients wants to give her the house when the patient dies. And this whole like I said, it was a paragraph of stuff, right? And we'll see you Wednesday. Vinny, Wednesday, Wednesday, Wednesday. I know. This is the after hours party, right? This is when it gets good on YouTube. So listen to this story, Hunter. Now, after all I told you, tell me this is not the same person. I mean, I could go and pull her stuff, but it is so outrageous. But this I found on uh, GoFundMe. 9 days before the war, my engagement day was on 9/29/2023, while our wedding was scheduled for 17/10. When life started to smile at me and the details of joy were approaching, things suddenly turned upside down and the war broke out. We were displaced from our homes, and the distances between me and my fiance grew larger, which led us to facing many difficulties. Now, I'm not mocking war at all. Horrendous. I'm against it. All cases, right? I'm a pacifist. I'm a pacifist. It's in my blood. Come from a long line of Quakers. So, despite all the pain, we decided to look for stability and peace elsewhere, where we could build a family full of love and tranquility and compensate for the reassurance we had lost. We lost everything: our homes, our belongings, even our hopes for a new beginning. Now we live in tents where water damages the tent with the coming of winter, and the cost of buying a new tent reaches hundreds of dollars. All right. So, this is a thing. So, where we could build family full of love. They didn't get married. Wait, 9 days before the war, my engagement day was 9/29, while our wedding was scheduled for 10/17. So 9 days before. So she got engaged. Her engagement day was 9/29. Their wedding day was scheduled for 10/17. And this was supposed to be, I don't know when she started this. Anyway, it doesn't make sense because it doesn't sound like they got married. So, oh. So then she goes on. This is where I was like, ding, 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 ding. Oh, it drives me. It was posted October 28th, 2024. Let's see. Well, she's got her dates kind of close. It's October 7th, 2023 is when that war broke out. Does that fit in with her timeline? I'd have to go look. No, she got engaged after the war started. Well, that was stupid. Anyway, oh, she got engaged before the war started. So here we go. Now, this is where the ding, ding, ding really started to kick in, even as over the top as his first two paragraphs were. We lost our pharmacy. I'm guessing that means her drug dealer has moved out of town or got arrested. That was my first thought. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for that? And my father passed away, which left us without a source of income. My mother's, here we go, because her patients have the same issues. Because, oh, she had a patient that had heart disease, uh, heart failure, liver failure, renal failure, and diabetes, and they wouldn't give him insulin for his diabetes. And I'm thinking, girl, probably because he's in hospice. They don't treat patients in hospice. And if you do treat a patient in hospice, they lose Medicare paying for it. You can't do that. You can't do that. You take them to the hospital once, they lose everything. Now, you only get a second chance. And that concerned me with my father because I was like, when they said he was going to be in hospice, I'm like, what if he rebounds? Because he has a huge zest for life. And they're like, oh, no. We're going to kind of make sure that he stays on Medicare. Like, you know, they're like, your dad's far enough gone that, it's not going to be an issue here. I was like, okay. But that was my fear. So then she goes on to say, my mother suffers from diabetes, high blood pressure, and heart disease, where medications are expensive, which increases our suffering. Before the war, I worked with my fiance. That's not how things work in the Middle East, girl. I worked with my fiance to support our family, but now everything has collapsed. However, we believe that your support and assistance will give us the strength to emerge from this war and destruction so that we can rebuild our lives again. We need hope and determination, and we will face the challenges together. Yeah, girl, girl. That's pathetic. And so this is the thing, the person I mean, if she's in the US, she's not living in a tent. She doesn't even say where they are, you know? But her organizer lives in Georgia. And get this, I think it's her father owns a Middle Eastern restaurant that she worked at, and her brother was a cashier there. I mean, I'm going to guess, given the culture, that her antics and possibly her arrest have caused the family to not support her, is what I'm guessing. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I mean, I got another person kind of booted. I kind of feel bad, but no, I did enough research. So this woman kept coming on and asking for food, and people would offer to bring her food, have food delivered. And she did this like I think she skipped a day. And she skipped a day and came back, asked for more food. Same, but the first thing, no response, no thank you, no nothing. And the second one, the same thing, no response, no thank you, no nothing. And then at the same time, I had seen where a girl was posting to give away she had two frozen turkey, full, like huge turkeys that she was giving away. So I messaged, said, hey, this girl's giving away turkeys. Go check her out. So then I contacted that girl again. She's like, no, nobody's contacted me about any turkeys. So then I did a little more digging. I found out what neighborhood she supposedly lived in. And I found that they had an HOA. So I contacted the guy at the HOA, the president of the HOA, and I said, does a woman by this name live there? He's like, no, she hadn't lived here in a long time. So yeah. So I guess what people are doing, they're going around to mailboxes or something, picking up mail, something, and then applying for next door, going to the mailbox, picking up the code, and then um, based on that address, and then going on scamming people. Been mechanics, been all kinds of stuff, male and female, which is surprising. But yeah, next door is depressing anymore. Oh my gosh. I remember that. I got to see WKRP every now and then. I really did like it. Yeah. Because I've done some stuff in Cincinnati area. Went to some Reds games back when Johnny Bench and Pete Rose, I got to see them play there, Riverfront Stadium. And I went to Kings Island up there. Went to some restaurants up there. Yeah. So yeah, once WKRP in Cincinnati came on, yeah, I was kind of drawn to it just because I had experiences there. Yep. So Hunter, what would you do? What would we do if I came up to visit you? I don't know if we're going to do a road trip or if we're going to fly up there. But that's what we're thinking. But I want to go out west to visit Camille and them, and I want to go. I also want to go up to Michigan and Wisconsin and all that area. I've only been to Racine, but we took a nice drive from Chicago, kind of went around the lake area. To get there, we went up to see the S.C. Johnson Wax Building that was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. And they also had the World's Fair little spaceship that he did is there at S.C. Johnson Wax. Frank Lloyd Wright also designed all the furniture used in the office spaces. It was really cool. Oh, you're going live in a bit? Yeah, I'll drop in over there, Hunter. I think we're about done. We lost everybody. It's just you and me, babe, I think. House on the Rock. Well, I want to go to the Czech Museum. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got to go to the Czech Museum. We got to eat pierogies, kolache, all the good stuff. I was telling Eddie earlier today when we were chatting back and forth that I don't eat pastries too much. But kolache, pierogi, that type of stuff, every now and then. When I travel, I make exceptions. Amana colonies, what is that? Is that where a Czech community or something? I need to look up where my great grandfather lived back in the day when he came over from Czechoslovakia. And that's my grandmother's side of the family. I still think we're probably cousins, Hunter. Or you probably know some people I was related to. Probably. More than likely, because I think my grandmother's sister's kids, maybe our age, a little older. The youngest might be. What are you telling me, Hunter? Oh, in Amana, Iowa. 7 villages on 26,000 acre. Interesting. Oh, I like the little houses. Huh. Ooh, they were radicals. And the Amana Society. Interesting. It looks like they have kind of like the old pioneer village type thing going on there. Craftsmen, craft shops, National Historic Landmark, 1965. Wow. Interesting. You know, we have a German village here called Helen. It looks like you're in Germany. My friend Lisa, she was from Aachen, Germany. She would go up there for Oktoberfest. And she was in like the German choir and all that stuff. She was awesome. I loved Germany. I mean, Lisa. But she passed away. She was my good friend. She passed away actually when we were on the cruise. Google it. Tourist attraction. I did. I'll wait for you to get back. But yeah, I love traveling. I love little things like this. I went to a really good part of a series on utopias. It was supposed to be I guess religious utopia. Very interesting. The Amana colony. Religious movement started in 1714 by Germany. Eberhard L. Gruber and Johann F. Rock. Gruber and Rock fervently spread their beliefs. This will tie in well because I just went to, I have some videos coming up soon where we went to St. Simon Island. We went to Fort Frederick, and a big influence there were the Methodist guys. What were their names? I mean, they lived, I guess, in the colony there. Yeah, John Wesley, duh, and his brother Charles. So they were a huge influence in 1735 here in Georgia. And so they spent a good amount of time there in Fort Frederica in St. Simon Island, Georgia during the colonial period. So that was pretty interesting. So yeah, be interesting to hit some Protestant, I don't know, I guess Reformed Lutheran. Is that what the Amana consider themselves? Oh yeah, I'd love that. Well, no, I mean we want to love to go up there, meet you, hang out with you, do some stuff with you. You know, do the stuff. You can show us your town. I'd love to see it from your perspective rather than just going in and stuff. But you know, I got to go to the Czech Museum. I have to do that. So, yeah. Because it'd be cool. It'd be really cool if I found some family stuff there, right? So I don't know much about about my great grandfather other than his name. So, but yeah, his name was Kudluk. They came from Brno, Czech Republic. So, yeah, which is another place I'd love to go to Prague. It's supposed to be one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And I have a friend that had traveled like all over the world and a lot of Germany. Well, my friend Lisa's daughter. Um, oh yeah, oh yeah, I know there is, Hunter. So I want to go to the Czech Museum. And eat pierogies and kolachen. It was always a tradition for my dad and I to make kolachen during Christmas. So, but he didn't make them like he didn't know what he was doing. These generations like change down the road. They change things up a bit from the original, from whence they came. But he always liked doing it like the cream cheese pastry. What my dad did was actually more of a Jewish kolachen or whatever. The only thing kolachen-y about it was that we used poppy seed filling. That's my favorite. Yeah. I love museums. I love museums. But yeah, I'd love to find something about my great-grandfather there. Maybe my great-grandfather or my great-great-grandfather? Great-great-grandfather. All on the maternal side. Hmm. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. But the other side of my family, it goes back US 1635, 1630s. So I want to see Chris Bliss because I can go up there. That's more that territory, that side of the family territory. And I'm missing Chris Bliss. So we're missing Leah. We're missing Chris Bliss again. I got so excited. I thought Chris was going to stick around for a while again. So that's a bummer. And Leah, I miss Leah. But she's been on my mind a lot because I know, she quit her job. She was going to do a lot of stuff around the house. So I don't know what happened. Yeah, I've looked it up, Hunter. Believe you me. I've looked up like things to do on TripAdvisor and stuff. Now, in Wisconsin, I'd like to do the Dells. I think that was a recommendation from Faye. I'm in touch with Faye. She's good. She's good. She's one taking a YouTube break. But I get worried about people when they don't show up, Hunter. I put radar out on you, Hunter, when you were MIA for a while. I gotta keep up with my peoples. I get concerned. I really do love y'all. And Vinny's really grown on me. He's so cool. And Mike. Mike's really cool too. So I kind of consider y'all like family. It's so weird, but true. Some people don't get it, and that's the thing that gets me about trolls. So today, like another YouTuber that I watch here and there, she does only shorts. But a few of us in a circle. YouTubers are like, yeah, they are. And Benny, oh yeah, Benny's one I want to go visit too. On my trip out west. Oh my gosh. How can I forget Benny? I knew I was forgetting somebody. I just trying to think of everybody I want to visit. Oh, thanks, Honor. Thank you. I don't know about quality, but Yeah, I know Benny. But I do have some friends in, I'd say, the Midwest. I think I need to visit first for various reasons for various people. And then I think like Q has, I want to visit Q. She's up in Pontiac area. She's older. She has health problems. Her family's had a lot of health problems. She's been going over like her mother and brother's death and stuff. It's really crazy, a lot of the health issues that she's had. And she has MS. She has had some, what did she have? Crohn's disease, I want to say, that gave her a lot of problems. Um, and she can't get out much. She's never been to a rock concert. Could you imagine? Y'all don't know Q, but um, she's a hippie. Q said Q, just go check out. She has two channels. Q said Q, that's her like gardening channel. And then go check out her My Fiber Fun. I kind of had gotten to enjoy, even though I don't crochet, I've kind of enjoyed her My Fiber Fun because somebody told her she was a really good storyteller. And so she's been telling stories on that channel. And I guess women can sit there and do their crochet while she's telling her stories. Um, but she is just like a really fun, cool person that I'd like to meet. I just find her fascinating. She went back to college from living in Michigan, went to Oklahoma to go to college at like 38. Like, she's had some really crappy things happen to her. She went to college at 38 and she showed her picture of her admissions photograph. And she said, and little did I know that 2 hours later, I would get a call that my father had passed away. She's like, it was my happiest day of my life and the saddest day of my life. I mean, this family, at one point, her mother, and her brother were all in the hospital at the same time. I mean, I think that's a first for anybody, unless they've been in a tragic accident. Yeah. But like I said, so they're different. It's crocheting. They're doing more natural fibers, getting away from this acrylic stuff. They're doing silks and wools and just fabulous, fabulous fiber that they're doing now that people have access to. But she just seems like the coolest person. She said she's never been to a concert. I want to take her to a concert, even if it's a small, like, live show or something of something. Yeah, she handled like all that much better than her sister. Um, but yeah, she talks about this all on her channel. So she's been doing a series of her taking care of her mother, being a caregiver and stuff. But yeah, she's just a really cool person. But can you imagine going back to college or going to college for the first time at 38 years old? You know. But the thing is, Benny, she has such a great attitude. That's what I love about her. You know. Yeah, absolutely. You got to seek out happiness. Yeah. Wow. I know my dad went back in his 40s at one point, but he was taking classes for fun, kind of. No, definitely. But his wife was in college at the time too. But she was much younger than him and not much older than me. I started college at 32. What was your major, Benny? I could see you doing something in science, Benny. Wow. I've never taken a college class. Not one. I went to Brevard Community College and got my electronics certification. That's it. That's all I did. How I became an engineer, I have no idea. I stepped right in it. That was a Leslie. That was the first time I'd heard that expression. I shit and fell right back in it. So I kind of fell about engineering. I kind of fell into it. Right, that's why I love doing these trivia, Benny. What was your major, Connor? Ooh, Benny. I did. I had to keep up with a lot of law in my job as an engineer because I also did emergency 911 stuff. So I had to work with, they were always FCC and 911, like local laws and stuff, and upgrading systems and following that. So not only did I manage the entire network and all the connections for the whole wireless system here, I also had to do the 911 stuff. Now, I wasn't doing, like, I dealt with 911 directors. We didn't have to do emergency calls. I used to get contacted, like, if they had an emergency and they were trying to track somebody down, where, like, it was a major emergency situation and they got an immediate court order to get, like, records to track someone and where their phone was. I would get calls for that, but I didn't do like it was all cell phone stuff. I did all the connections, dealt with all the 911 connections and stuff like that. But because of that, I got into a lot of regulatory stuff. And I've always been nerdy anyway. I've read my city's entire ordinance and I know it better than the guy who does code enforcement. I had to learn him something one day. He said, "Well, I got to go back to the barn. I go back and check this out." And I was like, "It's on your phone, dude. Like, you want me to pull it up on my phone and just show you where it is in the code?" He's like, "No, I'll be back." He came back. He's like, "Yeah, you're right." Oh my gosh, stupid people. And then we had like, oh my gosh. I had to tell my city that they could not use their personal devices for anything city related. And they made fun of me the entire rest of the meeting. Anything they said that they needed to type up or document, or just make sure you don't do it on your personal computer. You know what they don't do anymore? They don't do stuff on their personal computer. You know why? FOIA request. I was like, you don't realize that I could request a FOIA request, and that means I get all the data off your phone because you've been using it for city business? Idiots. But yeah, we have duplicated laws. We have contradicting laws in our city. It's ridiculous. More toking it up than taking a major. No major, just taking classes. What classes did you take, Connor? Yeah, I had mad respect though. So I was doing the 911 stuff, 9/11, man. That was crazy. You should have been into some of those meetings. Holy cow! Because FEMA was also involved in our all the state 911. We would meet down near Macon and quarterly. And FEMA was always at one of our meetings because that's part of, national and state emergency. And then they worked with FEMA on a national level. But man, that was some crazy times. Let me tell you. But no, I love law stuff. I love reading ordinances. It's crazy. Like people being like, those dogs are barking, or they'll be complaining about solicitors. I'll go find the code and send it to them. That's what you got to do. Yeah, we don't have to worry about anything anymore, right, Benny? I mean, my God. It's insane. So I'm supposed to get my first Social Security check next month. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. But I started my application in January, and then I had a question about something, but they ended up saying, "Oh, we'll just do your form right now." So we did everything, and then they sent me a letter of my statement saying if this is correct, yada yada yada. And they had only one of my last names, so yeah, good luck with you if you're receiving it, Benny. Good luck to all of us, right? I know Hunter is too. Oh, you're smart enough, Hunter. Yeah, sociology is interesting. That's why I like the like first 48. Oh, I think that was one of my questions that didn't get asked because I was thinking of first 48 when I wrote this stupid question. I missed a question, I think. Um, but yeah, I like first 48 because like how people react, how they deal with interrogation, or just how like on the reality shows, right? Like some I know are fake over the top, but when they kind of first started, some of the reality shows I would watch because just the dynamics of how people behaved, I just found fascinating and also weird and disgusting and funny and all the things. Well, I don't see the question here. Hmm. Very odd. And I forget which even band the question went to. But anyway. Hey, Sharon, how are you? Good to see you. You're out late. What are you doing on this YouTube street so late? We just got started chatting about this and that. So we've kind of been hanging out. Hunter's supposed to go live. I'm keeping him up. Right, Benny? It's going to be that way with everybody. Have you been watching any of the, I know I don't do political now, but it's late night. Can we talk? Have you been watching any of the Bernie AOC stuff, Benny? Oh, do you, Sharon? I got up at 11. I was up till like 4 o'clock this morning, Sharon. But I did get up at 11. I am a night owl by trade, I think. I love the nightlife. I'd rather be up all night when it's quiet. I love it. You don't see Sharon? Sharon, did you block Connor? You didn't. Is Vinny? No, not Vinny's not back. It's you, me, and Sharon Smith. You, me, and Sharon. There are four of us supposedly in here. What, being up at night, Sharon? Fascinating and a little scary sometimes. Oh yeah, how the human mind works. Yeah, it is. Scary most of the time, Sharon. Oh yeah, Benny. Oh no, 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 no. Benny, not Vinny. Really, congratulations, Benny. You know what? Y'all's show hadn't been popping up on me. Thanks for, I didn't even think about that. You know how YouTube gets 992. Oh, Hunter, we're all going deaf. Are you kidding? Sharon, do you have any plans for the spring? What are you doing? We're all just hoping we have Social Security. That's what we were talking about when you came in. Because I just applied. So, yeah, but getting a hold of somebody after I got my first letter, I had to make a correction. I called and I called and called. Took forever. And when they send you those letters to update, you only have so many days to respond. Otherwise, they can ding you. They'll find a reason to not do something. That's amazing, Benny. Now that's a skill. That's a true skill. But you had kids though. So I didn't have kids, so I don't have that ability. Well, I had a stepchild, but yeah. But I didn't have like little kids. Yeah, are you getting nervous too, Sharon? I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, my stepson didn't come into my life till he was like kindergarten. I mean, he was still a snuggler though. Pardon me. He was still a snuggler. So he was still at a good age. Oh, really? See, I did not get anything on that, Hunter. Did you have now I enrolled, but I have not made an account. Right, Sharon? I mean, I feel that way because there's no way I'd survive financially if I had. Holy cow, Hunter, you're kidding me. Uh, oh no. I'm going to have to do it tonight. They didn't tell me I had to do that. Now, what I did do, because I know when my dad died, there were some bills. Yeah, I know about that. I know about that for sure. And now we're going to have to rally up people to volunteer to take people into the offices. That's a way to do it, Sharon. Yeah. Yeah, I knew about that, Hunter, but I didn't know any that I had to sign up for something. Now what? So when my dad passed away, I had bills that had to be. Yeah, nobody told me to go to SSI and do this, and I talked to two different people. Oh, or more. I'm going to bet. But apparently, like I said, do I have to do anything else? I'm set. I'm done. They're like, yes, you're enrolled. You're good. But what I did, so my dad, when he went through hospice and passed, right? He had some bills that needed to be paid. So I went to his account to draw that money because, like, through his illness, I didn't want to bother him with it. So I paid for like everything during that period. Well, I paid basically everything for the 10 months I cared for him before he got even into hospice. Um, but there were some bills that needed to be paid, and I wanted to get like close those out and everything. So I wanted to get his money, close out the bills, and they they're like, no, the account's closed. And I'm like, what do you mean? Who closed the account? And they're like, Social Security did. Um, and yeah, I'm there at the site now, Hunter. Thank you. Oh my gosh. So I knew I didn't want that to happen to Chris. So I didn't want my Social Security going into a joint account where we do all of our banking through. 'Cause I wasn't going to risk that. So I had no idea they seize bank accounts. So anyway, I did get a separate account that they can deposit the money in, and then we'll take it out and do whatever. So, but I knew that I wasn't going to give them access to our personal stuff. Oh yeah, and that's fine. And so the news is already putting out that there was somebody who collected Social Security for years but worked, and they were probably working under the table, not having taxes, but whatever. There are going to be cases like that. Yes, there are going to be cases like that. But I'm hearing that there are more cases where people are enrolled in Social Security and they're chopping them off. They're like cutting off Social Security. I think one person, they said um, said that the guy died. He's very much alive. Oh my gosh. I think they're going to go through. Are they going to go through Social Security like they did dang voter rolls? And it's crazy. Where was it? Disabled Georgia man worked 20 years while collecting SSA benefits. That is a headline. I have not read the article in full. And yeah, you're going to have people like that. But you know what? That takes hiring more people, which they didn't like doing. And they fought that, right? Because there were so many Social Security people that were retiring, like what, 8 years ago, 9 years ago, that they were trying to beef up, hire people to replace the people that were retiring, and it was blocked. So how can you even have people like investigating anything if you are not hiring them? You have to have bodies. You can't check that with AI. You can't. Where was that story? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Seattle man wrongly declared dead, loses Social Security benefits amid Doge cost cutting. What the hell? He's 82. Wow. So they clawed back. See, and that's the other thing. They clawed back funds. Canceled his Medicare coverage. Oh my God. Could you imagine? Flagged his credit score as belonging to a deceased person, making it impossible for him to obtain new credit. You just wake up one day and you discover you're dead. Oh my gosh. And he's been calling them daily without success. his benefits have only partially been restored once he went downtown and stayed in line forever and ever and ever. Ay, ay, ay. I know, Benny. I've known several um, veterans that have really struggled to get benefits. I have one friend where the VA did a spinal stenosis and they claimed that they didn't do it, even though they sent papers to him. Like he requested all of his medical, they sent him in a box. There was a stack of medical like this in no particular order. And I'm getting chilly in here. Sorry. This room gets cold. Um, but they're denying that they did the surgery because it's bothering him and the screw is messed up on the plate, and so he wanted to get the operation done again, but they're saying no, we didn't do that when they did do that. Oh my gosh, Benny. Well, and now you get sick and they take all your money away. You lose your house one way or another. Q said Q. She knows about that. Ask her. Yeah, she did too. I believe she said that happened to her. Or with a mother. Maybe it was with a mother. Wow. This is so sad. I'm so sorry, Benny. Holy cow. Was that the home in Florida, Benny? Uh, oh my gosh. So did you so you had paid it off, right? You didn't have a mortgage on it, right? Because this is a thing. Like, and I didn't understand this too much like during the housing crisis. A lot of people lost their homes. They paid in PMP, most of them, for a long time. Yeah, right. But those houses, there had to have been equity in those houses. And I never heard that anybody got equity out of the house once it sold. And the banks got their money. Damn. Yeah, but when we have a mortgage, I don't think any of these banks paid anything back to anybody if they got a profit. I mean, I was looking at the right. I got so freaking crazy lucky because it was like I was looking at maybe buying a house to rent out because I was like, I could keep my mortgage, keep going. I would have been fine, but I almost took the money and bought another house to rent out. But I hate doing my own house maintenance stuff. And so I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to pay my house off. Now, I wouldn't have been affected because we were able to keep our jobs through all that. But, or did I keep my job? My job, Chris had the secure job through our marriage. I did gig employment. So I did long-term contract work, mostly long-term contract work sometimes here and there. But usually I was like building out, Southern Bell, AT&T, PowerTel, Metro PCS, building out networks. But I had some small projects with like AT&T here and there too. Hey, a simple happy life. Where have you been? We have missed you. We have missed you so much. I can't believe we got a late night crew going on here. Oh my gosh, I usually don't do these. Right, Benny? Rent's ridiculous. Yeah, Hunter, I am. I have it up now, but I think I'm gonna be too tired to do it tonight. But I will do it first thing tomorrow. And I'm gonna put it in my calendar to do it. So I will not forget. And I'm going to put it in. I got my second measles shot coming up too, y'all. If you were born between 63 and 67, those shots were not effective. And they recommend you getting another one. Hopefully, I'll be able to get that. And that's probably why I had chickenpox twice. All right. I put it in twice, Hunter. I've got it in for Saturday and Sunday in case somehow my phone messes up. Where does it say? It says open account now per Hunter. Thank you, darling. I'm glad we had this talk, man. Because I was like, should I go online and open it? Because I'd heard about them, but I hadn't opened anything. And nobody, like I said, I asked, they're like, no, you're good. Now, why do you have to have the account if they have your bank info? They have my bank info. Oh, QStead Q won tonight. Believe it or not. Vinny was slacking, man. So for 2 weeks, I was really busy. I did Chat GPT and they were wrong. So no, I promised everybody I would do a proper trivia tonight. And we did. And QStead Q won. Our resident hippie out of Pontiac, Michigan. She has a QStead Q's her gardening channel and kind of like daily stuff. And then she has My Fiber Fun. That's her crochet channel. She opened My Fiber Fun like just last month. She has like almost, what does she have now? She had like 400 subscribers overnight. Man, she's one of those that got the lucky algorithm because her stuff is about knitting, but I think one of her first videos on there was she's up to 453 subscribers and she's only had the channel 2 months. But she did an introduction to crochet and today's fiber haul, mail call. But then she did a Joanne's Artifacts and Joanne's Finale Part 1. And man, because Joanne's is closing, she hit the algorithm. She's had that QStead Q channel for a while. And she has more subscribers now on her Fiber Fun channel than her other. You never had any, man, you were a hardy stock, Benny. I've had like I haven't had measles. I hadn't had some of that stuff, but I've scoliosis, had chickenpox as a kid, as an adult. And I used to be like deathly sick, strep throat, tonsillitis, um, to the point of hallucinations. That I recall the hallucinations. I remember my mom putting me in baths and stuff, trying to get my fevers down. And I'm still like, if something comes along, I'm getting it. It's like when I got C19 this Christmas for the first. I have avoided C19 all this time. Finally got it at this last Christmas. Chris never got it. Never wore a mask. He was totally around me all the time. He didn't care. He didn't get anything. So, Symbol Life, I came in here tonight because Vinny said he wanted the meat on the wall to be the prize. And I came in here and it was gone. It's back behind the sofa somewhere. The only thing there is the lettuce. The lettuce is hanging out. I have a light back there, and we're gonna have to pull the sofa out to get the meat. But Q, she can't do nuts. She can only eat cashews because she has a stoma bag that she named Oklahoma because that's where she went to the university. I think her family has roots there, but she calls her ostomy bag Oklahoma. Sometimes it talks. She's funny. Y'all would love Q. She's just like really down to earth. That's why I got to see her. But what did Q win instead? I think she won. Oh, she won a rubber coaster tonight. Yeah. What was last week's prize? I can't remember what last week's prize was. I'll have to go back and look. I'm looking around. I don't see anything that looks like it could have been another. I think the old Chinese illegal ZTE phone. Chris used to like have his phone out, and he would every now and then he would just say, "I love you, Xi Jinping. I love you, Xi Jinping." I die. Oh gosh. Oh, I mentioned enemas earlier, Benny. I don't know if you were here for that. I said Clowny was worse than walking in on your grandma giving herself an enema. I think you and Chris are both are alien, Benny. Maybe y'all come from the same stock. Did you have any Georgia family? What is Tom? What is Tom talking about? A little late. What's 3 blocks long and has an asshole on both its? Hey, Tom. Let me think of this joke before I screw it up, because sure enough, I will if I don't think a minute. What's the difference between an Irish wake and an Irish wedding? No answers. One less dead, or one less drunk guy. There was a guy on next door today. He said somebody did a thing on like, how do you hold your phone, right? And I had mine. How are you holding your phone right now? Was the question. It had like 4 pictures, and I was like, none of them. I was like, mine's sitting on the table. Then I texted back. I was like, oh wait, is there a prize? Might have to change my answer. But then somebody said, anyone else have calluses on their thumb? And I have been dealing with this. Can y'all see this? Oh, not the red stuff. Where'd that come from? What is that? Is that? Oh, that's probably dinner. Is that dinner? Oh my gosh. Y'all see that big old callus there? And that's after I picked it off. Like the thing hangs out. It is so sore. I've had that thing biopsied. And I finally figured out that dang thing is from holding my phone like this all the time. And I think I'm trying to get a digit and sixth digit growing out of there. Oh my God, it hurts y'all so bad. And I can like take it and like I twist it between my fingernails and kind of cut it off and it comes off and then it grows back. But it hurts like a mofo. We don't do states, we do planets. Yeah, Q's fun. She's a girl from Michigan. She says, she says she's a hippie. But yeah. And I'm not into crocheting, but I've kind of wanted to bring her on to interview her, but she's kind of doing her life story on her Fiber channel. Oh my gosh. So is anyone having good plans? Are you growing anything? Simple Happy Life? Did we lose Sharon? Where'd Sharon go? She's still here? Sharon, come back. Sharon. One year, Chris, I could never we would do these big Halloween parties every year. Like 100 people were always invited. Crazy parties. I did a luau. Oh, you would have loved that, Tommy. I did luau every year. I had dancers. I did the pig in the ground. I did the whole thing. And I would do these big Halloween parties. I could never get Chris to dress up, but twice. One year he went, what was that Japanese obstacle course game with the crazy Japanese MCs that would dress in the little kimono thingies? I actually sewed him one of the kimonos and he went as one of those guys. I was always too busy. I was usually way too busy to dress up. But um when Chris was doing the Sharon, and he was doing it so dang well, and he was talking like Ozzy. Oh, he's so conservative. Well, like personality wise, very conservative. He's an introvert to the max, right? We're just so opposite, but somehow it works. Like I am the wild child. One Saturday morning, I said, "Hey, Chris, I want to go to the mountains. Let's go to the mountains today. Let's go up to Brasstown Ball, highest point in Georgia." And he stopped cold and looked at me, and his eyes got so huge. Like the thought of spontaneity was just so foreign to him. Like, that was early on in our marriage. I was like, oh boy, are we going to be in for it? But no, he always plays along. So he's always so like whatever I want to do, he's cool with it. Meeting you guys, doing road trips to meet y'all, he's all for it. But yeah. Oh, and so the other day, so then I talked him into dressing as Ozzy Osbourne. Like I got him the glasses and everything and got him like a little longer wig. He was so perfect. It was so hilarious. And I went as this is so messed up. I went as what's her name? Anna Nicole Smith, right? Because I had I have it going on up here. So I got a blonde wig and I did the really dark makeup and everything. And my face, nobody's used to seeing me with like heavy makeup, right? So but everybody kept thinking that night that I was and I don't know the show name, but there was this old lady, older, like older, probably my age now, but and back then she seemed to be an older lady, and she wore the heavy blue like eyeshadow. That's the character people thought I was trying to be in the Ankles. Oh my god, I was so embarrassed. You had a grass skirt and a coconut. Oh, I love you, Tom. Oh, that's funny. I have a similar story, Tom. Right, Benny? It is. It is the only legit. Have I ever met other YouTube? Yes. Yes, I've met other YouTube folks. I took Clowny down. That was one. You haven't seen that video, A Simple Happy Life? It's titled What Really Happened That Night. So I met Clowny. I took him down. I met that YouTuber. You can watch his movie. It's not for free anymore. Is it free on Awesome Tubi? It's $1.99 on Amazon.com or Amazon Prime. Hard Life and Times of Clowny. But I took his butt down. And I met Bimbo Barbarella. We were good friends. I'd visit her twice a year. I have videos of my trips hanging out with Bimbo Barbarella. I want to say I've met others. I'm going to meet Renee's Secret Garden as once she's starting to get her, she went through bone marrow transplant. So she's got to get all of her vaccinations again, all of them from the get-go. So once she gets that and her immunity is built up, then hopefully we're going to meet up. I want to meet y'all. I want to meet all y'all. If y'all ever come to Atlanta, like, hit me up. I love spontaneous plans. I'm crazy like that. So my story similar to Tom's is when I was working up in Kentucky, contracting with GTE, fixing up all their engineering records. They were pretty good. I had seen much Atlanta. Bell South was terrible with engineering records. The GTE guys, they were really good, and girls, ladies. They were really good engineers. And if there was a question, they were brilliant. Like they knew off the top of their heads, like, oh yeah, on that site 5 years ago, we had 300 pair wire, and then it went through the crossbox, and that crossbox ID is blah, blah, blah. I mean, they were brilliant. So I loved working with them. But we were staying in Residence Inn, and next to the Residence Inn was IBM. IBM had a lot of Japanese, had a lot of guys from Japan that would come over, consult, whatever they were doing with IBM. And so, there's all this business people staying at Residence Inn long term. And we would have parties. Like we would take over the clubhouse. We did, we did New Year's parties and stuff like that. But I don't know if Residence Inn, I guess, decided to do a Halloween party one of the times we were there. And so I went to the local thrift store and I got a trench coat. I got like one of those old cotton bras that were really pointy, like not stylish like Madonna had, but big old cotton bra and a girdle. And I got some not thigh highs. I got knee highs that I rolled down. I got this old lady mask, and I went in there in the trench coat, walking around with a cane, like an old lady. And I had my coworker was like escorting me everywhere because I couldn't see out of the mask. But I was doing the whole old lady thing, walking really slow and everything. So then when it came, of course, time for the contest, Right. I opened up my trench coat. I won first place for that. But all the Japanese IBM dudes went wild. And of course, they had their cameras. They were like taking pictures of me. So, somewhere in Japan, there are pictures of me floating around, flashing a bunch of people on Halloween. Uh, oh, no, I haven't done that, Hunter. I have not done the buy clothes when we get there. Have you? I know you've done some crazy traveling. I know. She's calling me a knucklehead is what she's gonna call me. That was her favorite. Well, Snapdragon was her endearing name, but knucklehead. And she'd be so excited that Gonzaga won tonight. Yeah, her spirit's strong today for some reason. I don't know why. This is so funny. I've been thinking about her a lot. Like last night when I was doing the trivia and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I do miss her. She was always so much fun. She was such a good soul. She was so caring, so loving, just such a good person and good friend. Really good friend. And I do miss calling her and, you know, listen to her bitch about Al or, whatever. Oh, she made so many people laugh. She was hilarious and sharp as a wit. Now I don't fly Southwest. I only fly Delta if I can help it. British Airways is pretty good. But yeah, domestic, it'll only be Delta. Yeah, I know how Benny feels about flying. So I'm thinking, I don't know if I want to fly up to Michigan or drive. Probably drive. Because I wonder where Sharon lives. I think Kimbers is in the Midwest. I might be able to stop and see her. I know, right? Simple life. You know what I'm terrible about? Intros and outros. Terrible, terrible, terrible. I'm getting better, but God, it just sounds so cheesy sometimes. I'm like, listen, who do you think you are? It's cheese, and then the whole like, oh, okay, Sharon. Oh, that's right, you do. That's right. You said I think you live west of Detroit, I believe. um, yeah, I think Kimbers is in Ohio somewhere, so I might be able to see her if I'm correct. It may be somebody else. Yeah, and I'm just so weird about that, A Simple Life, because I'm not Johnny Carson. I'm not trying to be. I've been flying for so long, Benny. I've been flying since I was 10, but always Delta. The only time I never flew Delta was for my job, and I had to fly crap airlines because the price. Because I had to fly out to Sacramento to go to work every week, every Monday. And it sucked. Because those were long, long days. Because by the time we got out Sacramento, it'd be 9 o'clock in the morning. They expect a full day, and I'd been up at since 4. They still do sometimes, Tom. If it's a bumpy, turbulent flight, they do still clap sometimes. I've been on some of those. Oh, yeah. I'll make a point to let you know, just stay tuned. Because I don't know when, normally we would travel in, I think Chris has a guy retiring. One of his employees is retiring this year. And he's worked less years than Chris. Then he's commenting on my videos. Benny, you're so funny. But yeah, we're trying to figure out when we're doing this stuff. And then I had said something about I'm getting too old. I want to travel more. And he has boatloads of vacation. I'm trying to get him to retire so we can just travel. And he's like, well, don't let me stop you. I want a companion to go with. I need somebody that has some money who wants to do road trip. I'll fly, but only if I have to. No, I don't mind it. But I like road trips too. But even those are getting hard on me. I think that's what messed up my shoulder was driving. Is I did a lot of miles. I did that drive up to the Smoky Mountains. And I did that again this month. And then I drove down almost to Florida and back. And then I had to go to Cocoa Beach recently and then drove all the way back. And I think that's messed up my shoulder pretty badly. A road trip all day long. My mom used to call me on the road again, Ben. I know. I love a good road trip. I love it. I just wish I had time to stop at all the weird stuff I see. Like if I see a historical marker, I want to stop and check it out. In fact, I saw a really cool one when I was up in the mountains. There was this woman in the early 1900s that, I mean, we're talking up in the hills, up in the Appalachian foothills. And she was a suffragette, I believe. And very much an early supporter of equal rights and stuff like that. And I don't know how she managed up there. I really don't. I'm surprised she wasn't killed. But yeah, I'm gonna try. If I go back there again anytime soon, I'll take a video of that. Stopping for snacks. Let me tell you though. So we stayed Christmas. We stayed, because I had to take Clowney down the day after Christmas, 26th of December, is when I took him to the ground. And I thought I wasn't going to make it because there was a Buc-ee's. Hey, Christmas. So we got Chinese food for lunch, and then we were like, what are we going to do for dinner? And there was nothing open. We were staying at Golf World in St. Augustine. It's a big complex. And there's nothing open. So we went over to Buc-ee's, kind of right across the street. And I got, I don't know, some pierogi, Danish, and I got some of that beaver butter. It wasn't beaver butter. That's a bimbo line. It was some kind of, I don't know, popcorn or something. And yeah, I ate that, and my stomach, I did not leave the hotel room for a whole day. A whole day. No. Chris asked me. Yeah, that's what it was, the beaver nuggets. Beaver nuggets. That's what it was. Is it popcorn or something? I don't know, like corn pops, but with stuff. I don't know. So, but I ate that sausagey thing and a pastry. I think it was kolache. I forget what it was. Anyway, and that was my Christmas dinner. Well, no, my stomach hated me. Absolutely. Actually, yeah, all Christmas Day, I stayed in the room. Chris went down to the, the the pool to drink bourbon and swim Christmas Day while I stayed in the room. But yeah, I thought I'd have to not take Clowny down. I didn't get the flying crabs. I was lucky I made it. But it was almost there. So yeah, I'm not a fan. In fact, Chris said, "Do you want to stop at Bucky's?" On our last road trip to Florida. I was like, "No, not at all, not at all. No, thank you." No, I do not have a sensitive stomach either, so usually it takes a lot to take me down. But Hunter, are you still going to go live? Benny, what are you commenting on? Oh, the squirrel. So, Benny missed it. Oh, in a simple life. Oh, this is funny. So I don't know that I said I don't know that I want to post this, but you inspired me when it came to that squirrel today. And I hate this because the dang volume.
It's time to lay some Cajun on them.
A simple life. That's all your fault. I was going to set the camera up to see if he came back. But I told everyone, I think the deer and the squirrel have had Neuralinks implanted into them, and it's a conspiracy, and they're coming after me. Oh my gosh. Oh no, you're running out of beers? Did I make you drink? I don't drive you to drink, Hunter. Don't be saying that. I don't want that responsibility. Did everything close down? There's still places open. I know you've left a live before and left the camera going to go get more beer. Oh yeah, absolutely. Set up a pool. I keep getting tempted to get a baby pool to put up in the back patio. More to annoy the neighbors than anything. No. There you go. That would scare the deer and the squirrels all at the same time. That squirrel loves it. He's cutting a rug. Oh my gosh, too much fun. Hunter, are you there? Maybe too much of a chore. Well, that's what I was thinking is I should set up the cam out there, but oh, excuse me, y'all. I do all my trivia. Now, look here. I have all my trivia. I even have all my bimbo stuff on here. Every show we ever did is all archived on here. Oh, and actually, some of my other trivia, I had a channel named Positively Games in 2021, and I did trivia on that. And but I even have that on here. I even have that on here. I also have the wedding I performed in 2019 here. It was a sci-fi wedding, so I had to write the whole ceremony. So yeah. Oh, there you go. Those stuffed dogs. There you go. Benny, go live and do a few dabs. I know I live vicariously through Benny because my body wants a dab. So one thing I love about traveling to California is I get to be pain free when I get there. 17 years old. Congratulations, Benny. That is crazy. When's your anniversary? 17 years old. That's why you know everybody on YouTube. I have never done a dab. Never, ever, ever. But I guess my first one will be with Benny once I get my butt out there to California. Huh. Oh, this was funny. I was looking at my phone and some comments. So I told you about that troll earlier. So the video she commented on was my Dominica part 2 video. And it had, when did that come out? Like 6, 7 videos ago, right? It's been up a while. And it's already run through like my regular viewers. So it had 174 views, which is really nice. I like that. But she started trolling me today and writing all these comments. And she came back and she said, "Look, people agree with me. They're giving me a thumbs up." And I looked and I was like, there's one thumbs up. I went back, I was like, you gave yourself a thumbs up and then you have the nerve to come back here and tell me that? I was like, get out of here. I was like, that is so friggin'. That's how stupid this person was that I had to deal with today. Oh, but I was going to set the camera up, but since I do all my trivia and stuff, I had to finish my trivia. So I couldn't sacrifice my phone. I could have set up another camera or something, but that's such a pain. Your horse site's 2016. I really did. Yeah, I like a lot of your old stuff, Tommy. And I tell you, I can't remember. Are you still doing your horse site? Because I only see the horse stuff on your shorts. And I can't make heads or tails of it. Because I don't know how that online betting works. I only bet in person. At Keeneland, I've been to Keeneland for a few races, and I've been to Santa Ana once. But Tommy, do you track how much you win and lose? Because I watch Danny the Medic, and he has a gambling channel. One of his channels. He does the watch channel, the guitar channel, the food and whatever channel. But he says he has lost $350,000. And then he was living in New York and he was doing a lot of work because he does a lot of movie medic work and he's done some acting as well. But he said, so he's living in New York doing the medic stuff there, but then he was doing the Vegas stuff, so traveling for films, concerts, whatever, shows to be a medic. And then he's like, well, I got to break my habit. This is bad. I've lost so much money. So he moved to Vegas full time. Last year, was it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, $350,000. And he's still gambling. And then he went through this whole thing. Now, sometimes I don't know if he's acting or if it's for real. But it's crazy. His game is video poker. So yeah, you can lose a lot of money there quickly. But when I will say I would be, if I lived in a place that had gambling like that so accessible, I'd probably be broke. It is so freaking addicting. You start hearing those bills and those buzzers and that drives me. It's like a Skinner box to me. So I only take a limited amount. But was the last time I gambled? Well, I did gamble on this cruise. I lost lost $40 out of my pocket, and then I lost $80 at the casino. And before that, it was that trip down to Chris wanted to do High Life for the first time ever. And he had been watching him on YouTube forever. I'm like, why don't we just go down to Florida and you go to the High Life game? He's like, oh, okay. So then they announced they were quitting High Life in Florida. And then I guess there was some pushback, and so they kept it. So we went down to a place right out of one Miami. I've been to the Miami High Life back in the 80s. It was one kind of near Fort Lauderdale, Dania Beach. So we went there, and I lost $100 there. Usually 100 is my limit. And before that, I don't think I had gambled since Belize. And that was that was many, many, many years ago. Right? Smoking is gamble. I'm glad I quit, man. It is so expensive to smoke anymore. And I didn't want to try I did buy a vape, but I hated vaping. I couldn't handle vaping. So I was like, well, I got to quit one way or another. It's not going to be vaping. Then my 78-year-old neighbor was vaping. And I was like, I don't want to be a 78-year-old vaping. It just looks weird. So I did quit though. But where are they up to? Like $10 a pack now. Oh, good for you, Benny. You learned your lesson, not me. Oh, $100 in the 70s was huge. Holy cow. Hana does a casino. Free night stay every month. Danny the medic, he gets these comp rooms. He went into the Pink Princess room or something somewhere. I don't know. Everything was pink. Everything was pink in the room. But he'll get these comp rooms, and he'll just go and look around. He'll film them for the YouTube channel and leave. It's crazy. Ooh, 15 a pack. Holy moly. Honor, put that $400 in the stock market. Holy moly. Just not Tesla stocks. Wow. Highland Gulfstream, yeah. I didn't go to the horse tracks down there. I never went till Keeneland. I love Keeneland. It's beautiful, but I do always feel sorry for the horses, Benny. You're right. Especially now, where is it? Santa Anita that they've been having the horses that they have to put down because of injury. Oh yeah, Benny, I remember that. I remember that because I'd get $1 for lunch and I'd go buy a pack of cigarettes and a Coke. Oh my gosh. How old were you, Benny? I was like 15. Now, there were times when I was severely poor where I couldn't afford them, but when I had a job and I was working again and not homeless, I would buy them again like an idiot. Gosh, if I'd had all the money I spent on cigarettes and stock, oh my gosh, that would be crazy. Oh, y'all, I'm sorry. I'm getting beat. I'm tired. And Chris and I are going to be. I already did my Saturday garden video, but Chris and I are going to be busting a hump tomorrow. Big bag for 5. I remember when you could get an ounce of square grouper, aka you and Benny probably know what square grouper is. Square grouper is that great stuff that you smoke, but it's stuff that fell off the boat and was rescued. So it had a little saltiness to it. I remember when you could get an ounce of that for 20. Dollar joints in the smoking lounge. That's what they were in Orlando anyway. Orlando area, they were $1 in the smoking lounge every morning and lunch. Oh my gosh. $8 a cart. Cambridge lights. Oh my gosh. Mm-mm-mm. Those holidays. Oh my gosh. So much fun. That's one thing that 7-Eleven I used to get my cigarettes from. I've still been looking for that pinball machine they had in there. I haven't found it yet. But I found it's supposed to be the biggest arcade in the US for pinball. And I was gonna go there and things changed. So it didn't happen. But I want to go back. Yeah, but remember how stemmy and seedy it was though too, Benny? Not like this hybrid stuff you get now. I love pinball. I love pinball. But my wrists don't like pinball. I'm only good for about an hour, hour and a half max. Yeah, I didn't get into the other stuff so much. I knew a lot of people that did. A lot of people in my high school did. Oh my gosh. Hmm. Yeah, I didn't have any of those influence. Well, I hung out with older people, but I didn't have sibling influences. I had an older brother, but he went away. I went away. We went away. He went further El Norte than I did. I went away, I came back because I came up here to go to school for 9th grade and work by myself. He went up to Tennessee to go to school. I ended up back in Florida though because I got sick. Wow. See, I was always afraid to do that stuff. I was too afraid. Y'all have one on me there. Oh, pardon me. I could do the natural stuff, but just not. Um, yeah, my daughter's been there several times, and my grandchildren have been several times, and my granddaughter is just in 1st grade, and my adopted daughter, my faux adopted daughter. But yeah, and the grandson, he just turned 2, and he's been there once already. So jealous, and he's been to Ireland, and she's been to Ireland. Those kids are going to be. That's why I say people are like, oh, I got kids, I can't travel. No. Well traveled kids are well traveled kids. Well traveled kids travel well. So she started them off early. Wow. That's why I told Chris if we ever go there, I'll be heading to the cafe and he'd be heading to the red light district. More than likely. Oh gosh. I bet he wouldn't. I bet he wouldn't. Oh gosh. Have you been, Hunter? I'd love to go. I've only been to France, but I want to do more Europe. But my body hurts. Oh gosh, I need a new body. Give me a new body, somebody. Somebody, give me a new body. All right, y'all. I'm getting beat. Tomorrow we're gardening all day. Sunday we're gardening all day, and I got a bad wing, so that's what I'm doing this weekend. But I hope y'all have a great weekend. But I am going to cut it off. Who's going to go live? Benny, Hunter, Tom? Who's going to go live here? I will hang out if somebody goes live because I think I'm going to eat a little bit more salad and drink more water before I go to bed. So who's going live? Anybody? Anybody going live? And my best to Rand too, Benny. Always, always, always. The both of you. I'll have to check that out, Benny. That sounds cool. Very cool. Well, Tom, it was great hanging out. It was nice hanging out with you and Benny in my chat. I don't think that's happened before. Yeah, I miss seeing him, Benny. I understand, but I also miss him. Because, I think I came across you when. I remember, I think, seeing you all live at a bar at one point, but trying to think. It's been a while. It's been a while. But yeah, I miss seeing Rand. So, yeah. Yeah, long live the Netherlands. Oh gosh, to be anywhere but here right now. Ooh, right. Well, hang in there, y'all. We'll get through this together one way or another. There was a really good video on go to the villages. The villages just did a social security thing. They're pretty pissed over there. But one person had the nerve to say, "Can you tell us how privatized Social Security would work?" And the whole room just was like, "Boo!" It was crazy. It was crazy. One person, like in the whole room, I think. They would lucky at this point to have maybe 5 people in that whole room. But it was a talk on Social Security. Yeah. No, you don't, Benny, because then the rest of us will follow in line too. Because they'll be the last. If there was a red area, they'd be the last to lose them. So, But we'll get through it. I like what. Oh, so sorry. I love what AOC and Bernie are doing right now. I mean, number one, in this climate, it's pretty damn brave. Number two, I saw this story. I haven't been watching all of them, but I saw where AOC was talking about, like, I guess Alina Habba. Here I'm getting political, but it's just us. Alina Habba said something about AOC and said that, well, AOC wasn't in a bar drinking when she started. She was in a bar serving. And AOC told that story at Vegas. I was like, oh, you got their attention real quick. Vegas is the people, that's a service industry. Yeah, it'd be like telling people in Orlando or Florida, oh, you were a server. Oh, yeah, that's what I was. I mean, hey, Benny and Tom, I mean, did you serve? Did you ever work a restaurant? I sure as hell did. I worked lots of restaurants in Orlando. I worked the tourist industry. I worked bars. I worked as a bartender. Yeah, sucks, Benny. It sucks. Yeah. That's the thing. I mean, we come from a generation of survivors, I think, and people who have some, I don't know. We have some smarts when it comes to being thrifty and tight. I mean, a lot of us had that, right? And so but these generations after us, I mean, they don't know how to do a damn thing. You know? We got a house across the street, 8 bedrooms. Who owns it? The grandmother owns it. She bought it. Who's living there? Her son, her daughter-in-law's mom, who she cares for, they care for. She has dementia. She has, I also think, some mental health issues. The daughter, the son, the 3 grandkids all live in the house across the street. Who does all the yard work? Who does all the tree trimming? Who asks us to come out? And that's what gets me. She asks us to come over and do stuff. She asks us for shovels, wheelbarrows, everything. She does it all. She had 2 fractures in her back. I realize her daughter-in-law has MS, but she doesn't have MS like Q has MS, like using a walker everywhere she goes and being homebound. She gets out, she goes, she does stuff. And the son and the 3 grandkids. She's the one doing the work. They do nothing. Nothing at all. I had a friend that was working in McDonald's in her older age, and she had a kid that didn't know that he had to put soap in the dishwasher to wash dishes. And it's really sad. It's insane. I mean, I knew a kid like clothes dirty. What do you do? Febreze. Febreze was the greatest thing to that those kids because they didn't have to wash their clothes. They just spray them with Febreze, put them back on. Ay, ay, ay. And I'll say this. I said something to my former roommate. He's still doing his adult son's laundry. And I'm like, he's like, yeah, but he does everything. He's a hard worker and he's going to the gym and he's like, sometimes he didn't come home from stuff till late. And I'm like, he can do his own laundry. Chris was doing his own laundry at 10. I was expected to have the whole house and laundry and everything done at 10. Dinner on the table. Man, I got my butt beat for playing so many times and not having stuff done. When my mom got home from work, oh my gosh. Yeah, right, Benny? Yeah, here too, Tom. Most of the houses being built around me across the street, 7, 8 bedrooms, and the newest ones are 5, and they're small. They're jam packed together. I mean, they might as well be townhouses on steroids because they have this much room between the homes. It's ridiculous. But no, they're 5 bedroom, and that's exactly why. Yeah. I think everybody should work a restaurant job to pass life 101 before they're allowed to be out in the real world because they're a danger to themselves and others. If you can't pass restaurant work, then yeah. Honor. Uh, that's hilarious, Honor. These kids don't know how to program a push button radio. Sure don't. Tom. But that's not why he's a greasy bastard. Oh gosh. Oh, I saw the Tom Carvel headline. I was dying the other day. Oh gosh. Oh, you gotta laugh. You gotta laugh in these times. Oh my God. Did y'all ever see Life is Here? I'm trying to get off and now I'm gonna go on again. Did y'all ever see Life is Beautiful? With was it Benito, the Italian actor? Did y'all ever see that movie? Oh my God, I'd never heard of it. Didn't know what it was. My dad said, we got to go see this movie. It's going to be up for an Academy Award. I got in that theater. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was so funny and it was so damn sad, but a damn good life lesson, especially in these times. I do not, Benny. Oh, really? Hmm. Interesting. Is it the Epstein one? Oh, really? Interesting. Now I need to do some housekeeping, Benny, and maybe go over there. But then again, I also don't have the time. Oh, those. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. But y'all were talking about those on the suffragette show, right? Wasn't Diane going over all those? See, I'm in the bushes a lot too. I'm in the bushes a lot too. But I thought y'all went over those, didn't you? Are those the same ones? Yeah, those are pretty disgusting. Who's I thinking of? Oh, holy cow. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. You know where they say where there's smoke, there's fire. If people want to keep denying that, well, I think where there's smoke, there's fire. And there's a lot of smoke when we're talking about this subject, for sure. I mean, pictures, I know. Hunter, I'm going to call it a night though. I'm beat. I'm tired. Now I'm starting to get a headache. I don't know why. Talking about this probably. Oh gosh. All right. I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out with me. I had fun. 5 hours. Are we crazy or what? Absolutely, Benny. Oh, my mother would have done it in a heartbeat. My mother, she was crazy, Benny. My mother was freaking crazy. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't even know. But yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. She was crazy. I mean, she didn't sell me off, but she would have in a heartbeat. She kept setting me up with wealthy married men, one after another. I was like, really? Just freaking crazy. Hmm. And she hated Chris. She hated Chris because, I guess, because he was a great guy and he's a sweetheart. She told me I could do better. There's no doing better than Chris ever. And you just can't. You just can't. Oh, what did she tell me? She hated that I was making more money than he was and that I'd become successful. She never told me I was proud of him. She never told me she was proud of me, and she told me that she wished I had married someone who could take care of me. Could you imagine telling your daughter that or your child that? I wish you had married somebody who could take care of you. Please. Please. He's amazing. He's like the guy has never argued. He's never like said anything mean to me. Maybe once, but I ignored him. I didn't hear him. But we just, sometimes I'm a woman. I have I have hormonal things that happen every now and then. And sometimes I just take out stress where I shouldn't. And he just like a duck. And I'm not like, I don't know. We just don't fight. We don't fight over petty stuff. We just don't. We don't fight. You know, I'll get frustrated sometimes because I've asked him to do stuff, but I like try to not be that nag. You know. Um, but yeah, sometimes if things, usually I get upset if things go on 6 months to a year, and then I'll be like, "It's time, damn it." Oh no, Benny. Are you a duck though? So somebody has to be the duck, you know? I just say my piece and I walk away. I don't hound on it. I don't harp on it. I'm just like blah 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 blah. I walk away. But I don't give them the cold shoulder. Like 15 minutes later, I'll be like, hey, you want a drink? Or can I get you something? Or, you know, so did you see the latest on the news? I can't stay mad at Chris. Yeah, but see, I don't give him that, Hunter. I don't. I'm not like that. I have pictures that have been hanging or that have been sitting on the floor painting. These are paintings. These are like, I was an art collector. So I have paintings that are sitting on the floor from the remodel that are not hung and haven't been hung for, I say, a year and a half now. It was a goal this winter. It didn't get done. I know. We had our 20, are we on our 27th, 28th, something like that? Who's counting? Who's counting? We've always joked that we've been married 30 years. Hmm. Yeah, but I don't do honey-do list. I asked him if he wanted to work on the garden. He said yes. He was never into it, but he's getting into it, especially now that I was like, it's the one thing we can control is our food costs by growing more stuff. Right, Benny? Oh gosh. And I'm too cheap to pay anybody. That's the thing too. I could pay, but we're talking about putting up fencing. I'm too cheap to pay somebody to do it. So he is too. He's worse than I am. So, but that also means that since I work the tool belt in the family, that I end up doing what we don't pay others to do and pay the price for it. Like when I regrouted my bathroom, every single tile and ended up with frozen shoulder and surgery. Oh, I'll wear the cheap badge, Benny. I have no problem saying I'm cheap all day long. I will take it. Frugal, cheap, tightwad, you name it. You name it. You know why? Because, being homeless. I don't want to be there again. It scares the shit out of me this day and age. You know? So, yeah. That's why I'm glad I freaking paid my house off. And I think that was a big motivator. Like, it's just having that security. Yeah, that's fine though, Benny, when you have skills to do something. But yeah, no, I don't mind. I mean, I've done a lot of repair work and painting. I did all the painting. Chris has only painted one room once. I've always done all the painting, all the stuff, regrouting, building, build all the my raised beds. I built those by myself. Well, he helped, but I did all the cutting, I did all the screwing, I did all the plans, I did all the buying, all that. So that's all me. But but I'm glad I have those skills. It's a good balance. So anyway, But yeah, that's always been our joke that I wear the tool belt in the family. He would totally agree with that. I was also the car mechanic. But anyway, just how I was raised. So his parents had brains. They didn't have calloused fingers. So I get it. I understand. Anyway, all right, we're going to close it out. It's 1:15. 5 hours, 14 minutes. Right? Oh, heck yeah. I'd have a hangover. My dad'd be, get up. We're going to go change the alternator. We're going to go change the starter. We're going to go change. Yeah, there's always something. But I'm so thankful. That's funny. Funny, funny, funny. All right. Well, I love y'all. I had so much fun hanging out with you, y'all. So, my comrades. Oh, yeah. I had a great time too. Great seeing you again, Hunter. Like I said, Tom, great hanging out with you too. I always love your stories. I always love watching you cook and stuff. Yeah. Mwah. Mwah. To y'all too. Love y'all. Stay cool, stay blue, and we'll see you around these mean YouTube streets. Bye.